get contestant on like Fear Factor or some crap, and that was like his only thing of merit. Then he disappeared for a while, and then came back as a cult leader. And I'm telling you, you should pull up his YouTube channel. It's hilarious. I mean, he does like live streams and stuff. He had one a couple weeks ago. Like, it showed up my recommendations. I'm like, holy shit, I gotta see this. And he's got long, stringy blonde hair. It's crazy. He's sitting there talking about his stuff, and he's like, "Okay, folks, I gotta pee. I'll be back," and then leaves.
Is he like the ultimate? Is he like the ultimate Spurg? I mean, what's his like?
It's I don't know what the word Spurg means, so I can't apply it one way or the other. But it's bad, and basically a huge portion of their like I watched 2 debates from Boy, and then I had an after show for one of them. He came on. He's an idiot. The other one, he literally wore a onesie for the debate. And like, I'm talking like a PJ onesie. He wore this for the debate while vaping and like stoned out of his fucking mind.
How old is this guy?
I'd say he's like, I think he's probably mid to late 20s.
Wearing a onesie.
Wearing a onesie.
What a man child.
Oh, it was bad. And yeah. Anyway, but I went and he talked so much crap. I went and bought the book and read it. And let's just say I've actively attempted to flush it out of my mind. It's and you made the point earlier, like, I think he's reading. Yeah, he's like basically reads from the introduction of the book.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
And the dude gets, I mean, it puts up math and stuff, and like a lot of some of the formulas are ridiculous, some of them are legitimate, but a big portion of it is like, dude, the things that you're describing just describe a facet of the creator. You're stopping at this point and being like, oh, even though this is indicating the necessity of
everything's pointing to God, and yet we're ignoring the signs.
Right, but God must not exist, even though everything I'm talking about points to a facet of God. It's nuts.
Well, I mean, to be honest, it's just like the atheist point of view, which is basically like, well, because I can somehow explain, I have a narrative of the universe that doesn't require God, that somehow proves God doesn't exist. It's like, no, you were just clinging for any rationalization you could find that denied his existence. Like, they act as if they have some proof when they don't. They don't.
Well, what's really getting to me lately is with I make fun of the new atheists on a regular basis, and what I've really identified from them, a lot of them, is like the new atheists specifically necessitate they have a very mentally immature worldview, and they don't want anything that actually threatens them to actually have to make some kind of ultimate decision about their fucking existence.
Yeah.
And therefore they're going to just reject anything that doesn't fit into their worldview. Right. And like I did a debate a couple months ago with this guy named Randolph Richardson. He's like the Canadian atheists president or some crap like that. And he literally operates from and like act as an activist, is attempting to redefine atheism as a lack of belief for the expressed purpose of removing any burden of proof from the atheist. And so we got this whole deal where like back and forth over like, is the A not or without? And I'm like reading from papers where it's like clearly defined that atheism is defined in terms of theism, therefore it is the rejection of, right? And we went this whole back and forth for like 30 minutes where he categorically denied what I literally had pulled up on the screen was reading out loud. And like told me that I was misinterpreting it. When it literally, and I read another paper talking about people like him, and then actually referenced his website and talked about this, like scholars from like the Royal Society of Philosophy, right? And they were talking about this active move by internet atheists specifically. And they even referenced his website doing all this stuff as one of these like flawed attempts. And then he claimed that what I was saying wasn't actually true while I'm reading from the paper referencing him specifically. It blows my mind. Anyway, enough of my tangent there. But that's the kind of crap I think in the context of like Hyperianism and stuff. It's just another facet of that to avoid any like real ultimate determination.
I just find it so amusing that there's a rational wiki article, but not a Wikipedia article.
Well, and Jen,
that much of a joke.
And Jen, someone was going to say to you is I listened to the debate. I came in late and then I put on 2X and caught up. That was hilarious, by the way. The
debate was hilarious.
Oh, well, I don't mean it from like a hysterical. I mean more from like a sarcastic perspective. You were the only one that had any like obvious intellect. The Jen Aldrich, was it Jen Aldrich, the atheist chick? That girl, I've interacted with a couple times. That girl is so dumb. It's painful. And she and what's sidebar? One of the other things of the new atheists, they take it as a matter of pride to be ignorant.
Well, that's in the term, isn't it? Atheist means you deny religion, and if knowledge comes from religion, ultimately, then you're denying knowledge. So, yeah, there's going to be this resentment.
Well, absolutely. But I mean, what amazes me, though, is like in any other context, you would never come out publicly and be like, I'm a dumbass. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm going to proclaim loudly that you're wrong, while simultaneously admitting I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Like, would anybody in this room do that in any other context?
I'm sure everybody has, but it's because of something called cognitive dissonance. And when people get triggered by their cognitive dissonance, they can sort of revert into a more animalistic mode of consciousness where they just really don't have that many options. And they tend to get snappy at that point. It happens all the time to me.
Well, I agree with you.
Like if you become able to know people on a certain level, then yeah, you can literally just trigger them on purpose.
Well, no, I agree with you on that, but I'm talking about from an activist perspective, right?
Well, of course, you should never lose your temper on screen, on camera, as a general rule, because it makes you look like you don't have control of yourself, right?
Right, but I'm not talking about losing control. I'm talking about okay, so for example purposes, from what I've gathered, a large portion of your perspective is going to be ultimately going down into quantum mechanics. Is that fair? Just as a one concept or one facet of your view.
It requires logic above everything else.
Okay, so
quantum mechanics is a principle of how the universe operates. It's also, in some sense, a coordinate system or a system of axioms, but ultimately, it's about logic.
Okay, so we'll use logic in this context. So, if you didn't know anything about the rules of logic, but then we're debating somebody about logic, one, you probably wouldn't have accepted the debate in the first place if you didn't know anything about logic, and then it was going to be about logic. And then when you get up there and they start making an argument, and you say you're wrong, and they say why, and you say I have no idea, and then be proud of it, right? And be like, I don't know. But you're wrong.
You guys know this is happening. I mean, you just met me.
This is what
you
I'm
guys
talking about.
Know me. The other panelists know me. They know this sort of thing happens, not just to me, but I'm sure it's happened to you guys as well.
Sorry, not to detract from this, but I just found Morg's channel, and
I told you it's worthwhile, man. I told you.
Oh, dude, he's just he's like a vampire. He's like an ex-vampire.
I know it, man. The first time I saw it, I was like, "You got to be kidding me! This is like the epitome of the cult leader."
Yeah, 186K. I mean, he's banging these
Let's not go into
Hyperion
tirade.
groupies.
Let's not go into a big tirade here. Just sounds like
tirade. This is a tirade.
Sounds like you're jealous when you go into a tirade like this.
Okay, so Jen, so one of the things I'm interested in relation to your view, so I assume, let me not make an assumption. Is it your perspective that the wave function collapse necessitates or requires the necessity of an external observer?
No, it can reduce itself if it's complex enough. It needs to have some sort of a basis to get that much of an energetic differential. Because I don't know if you know anything about electricity, but everything basically comes back down to voltage differences.
Right.
So in the quantum mind, it's not just one potential difference; it's many potential differences.
Well, right.
It's a complex.
Well, I mean, that's what everything it is, right? It's all the. Well, anyway, my point is that I guess the question I'm really having is, so you're saying that your position is the wave can collapse itself, or the wave function collapse itself?
Under some circumstances it can, but not really.
Which ones?
Not without external action potential to generate the capacity for the wave to collapse on itself, because you got to think of it from first principles. What is a waveform inclined to do? And what a waveform is inclined to do is exist. So if you have a single atom of hydrogen, it's not going to do anything, is it? It's just going to stay that way because that's where it wants to be. But if you pushed a bunch of waveforms into a very small area, they're vibrating. And they can't get out of that volume. If you force them into a tiny, tiny volume, they can't get out. They can interfere with themselves because they're bound to a small volume.
Right, but doesn't everything, like in the search for the universal wave function, doesn't that, in order to actualize what you're talking about, doesn't that ultimately necessitate the external action?
Like, it depends how you want to define an external action. Like within your own body, within the complex of your mind and body, that system is capable of doing waveform reduction to itself, because thinking is a form of waveform reduction. So clearly, taken as a system, the mind and body is capable of doing quote unquote self-reduction, but it's not quite self-reduction. It's a series of compressions of a photon waveform such that it's ultimately interacting with itself because there's so much energy confined to such a small volume.
Right, but that necessitates the mind to...
It necessitates the body to bind the mind. The body is... So the mind, you think of it as stitched through the body.
And I understand what you're saying. What I understand what you're saying. I'm saying that you're... and you may be wrong on this. You may have an answer to what I'm about to say. I'm not making an assertion here. But it seems to me that you're starting further down the food chain of what is being able to reduce the waveform. And
well, everything's waveforms, and when waveforms come into proximity with each other, waveform reduction happens to the set of the waveforms involved.
Right, but you just said the hydrogen atom sitting there isn't going to do anything, correct?
That's right, but if it comes into proximity with another hydrogen atom, the system will waveform reduce to a single hydrogen molecule.
Right, yeah, I get all that. I'm saying you have to, going back to the origination of all of this, the hydrogen atoms, right? When you go back to that point is where I'm talking about in terms of the universal wave function and what is collapsing that. That's what I'm talking about. I follow what you're saying.
What's creating the protons type thing?
Yeah, I'm talking. Okay, so I don't necessarily espouse ultimate Big Bang. I'm just using it as an example, right? So let's assume we go back to the Big Bang. What is the actualizer of that?
There's no Big Bang in my universal model. It's an uncreated universe. So that's what was believed before Christianity. So the only reason to believe a created universe is Christianity, and that's not a good enough reason.
Well, that's not why. I mean, you and I both know that the up until what, the 40s, whatever it was, the Christians espoused the eternal universe. Pretty much everybody did. Einstein even was trying to originally do it with his equations, as I'm sure you recall, and they had to modify. And then
Christianity promotes a creationist worldview that the world was created in 7 days.
I understand all that. I'm talking about 20th century physics and cosmology.
Big Bang, and it was highly influenced by Christianity.
No,
right?
No. Okay, you might need to check on your history on this. This was actually adamantly opposed by. Anyway, there was active moves.
Just because somebody pretends to oppose something doesn't mean that it's actually something.
I'm not talking about the Christians. The Christians had accepted that there didn't seem to be a beginning to the universe. It was okay, you might want to check your history on this one.
Christians believe in 7 days.
Hang on. When the Big Bang model came out, it was the atheists that were against it, because if the Big Bang is true and there is a starting point, then the Christian worldview actually gains credence. There was a hardcore move. This is where a lot of things of the multiverse, the origination of a lot of those concepts stemmed from attempts to circumvent a finite starting point of the universe. Now,
so they picked a higher energy solution that was even less likely than the Big Bang?
Yes.
So that tells me they didn't actually care about solving the problem.
There's all sorts of published stuff on this from like the 40s and early 50s, where, I mean, I'm talking hardcore atheist physicists were attempting to it's published. I mean, they've said this in speeches and stuff.
I'm sure they
we must come up with a eternal, the whole steady state, right? That's where that came. Like that was the established premise, was steady state. Then
Big Bang somehow won.
Then the big.
I wonder how did Big Bang win if they were opposing it so vehemently, allegedly?
Because the evidence continued to come out that there was a starting point.
No, it didn't. The evidence was gerrymandered to make it look like there was a starting point.
Well, the evidence is being gerrymandered in the context of trying to explain it from the conventional paradigm.
The conventional paradigm has been created universe since the advent of Christianity, and the fact that they switched it and tried to say, "Oh, we're scientists now," doesn't change the fact that it's promoting the same metaphysics.
Okay, so I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about the modern physics and cosmology.
But if it's the exact same model, I am right to assume that yes, this was just something.
Okay. So the model that's currently being espoused adamantly by atheist cosmologists is the Christian model?
Yeah, of course.
How does that make any sense? That's the literal antithesis of...
It's called controlled opposition. You can call it what you want, but it's like you're restrained to the same metaphysics of a creator either way.
So why do you think they're having... Like, what do you think the purpose of the inflation models are?
I'm not too sure if there's a purpose for them, but the simplest answer is that the universe is uncreated. There's no evidence to the contrary. There is evidence to disprove a created universe, so I dismiss the claims of a created universe.
So the universe has been expanding infinitely?
The universe has existed forever, but that's not even the right term, because time doesn't exist independently of the universe. It's something that the universe creates.
Okay, so I mean, I would agree with you. God creates space and time. And I know you think that God is the universe, and I don't take that apart. I think it's only one step.
She solves the question of like, what's the unmoved mover? With it's just always existed, for which
there's no argument against it.
I mean, where's the evidence?
Well, so are you in favor of Big Crunch? What's your?
It's an oscillating universe. So there's a force that causes it to contract, which is gravity. There's a force that causes it to, well, it's not a force, but there's an action that causes it to expand, which is uncertainty. And together,
you believe in a perpetual motion machine?
Well, yeah, that's what the universe is.
You believe in the quantum gravity model, where like basically everything collapses down to like, and when it gets below Planck length, it actually like bounces off the. Have you heard this?
I'm not too sure.
I know what you're talking about, and all of the oscillating models all have flaws, and they, to my knowledge, all the current ones that have been put forth ultimately have issues. And you go back far enough, you still run into the same problem. And this is why I was asking the question about the universal wave function and what collapsed that, because they all run into the same issue. Even if you get into neutral energy and all that other kind of stuff, they still ultimately run into universal wave function problem.
Yeah, the only solution is an uncreated universe.
Well, no, that's not the only solution. The other solution.
Well, I'm not aware of any other solutions. That's the minimum energy solution. So that's
okay.
The solution. That's
if you have a external cause, then that is not subject to the limits.
Yeah, so you're positing something extra universal. You're positing something that doesn't conform to the minimum energy solution.
Well, no, this is why I was asking the question about what is reducing the waveform, and if there's an external conscious agent necessity. which is we observe in experimentation.
No, what we understand is
if we want to dumb it down to the measurement problem, let's go there.
Yeah, I solved the measurement problem. The answer is 3 + 1. There are 3 + 1 orthogonal observables per canonical order, and there's 14 canonical orders. So that's been solved by me, the measurement problem. Yeah, so ultimately everything is reducing itself, but it can't reduce itself without its own sum of vectorial actions precipitating that, because it's a form of compression.
Hang on. What is causing the initial collapse?
Gravity is what causes it to.
What causes the gravity?
Mass.
And what causes the mass? The mass has a waveform that has to be actualized.
Yeah, that's my point.
Does mass have a waveform that has to be actualized? Yes or no?
That's my point. It's uncaused.
Okay, so you're saying that. So ultimately, you're saying that you don't have to have an uncaused cause because the universe is just eternal, but you're not going to account for the origination of the energy. You just have a perpetual motion machine.
Mass that's here now has existed forever, and we can prove that this is a principle of the universe through conservation of mass, which we can observe. Okay, anything other than that is positing some magical thinking, which is what a lot of people want to do, but it's still magical thinking.
How is it magical thinking? I mean, are you a conscious agent?
I mean, I don't know how one follows from the other, but it's definitely magical thinking to posit something that there's no way to substantiate evidentially.
So are you suggesting that delayed choice and retrocausality and all those different things that have been directly experimentally shown in relation to conscious agency being a factor?
You made a bit of a jump there between the universe being uncaused and conscious agency. It's unclear what the link is between those.
What do you? Okay, no. If the whole point that I was making in relation to, you said, oh, it's matter, it just exists. Well, if we're experimentally observing that there is, in order for the collapse to occur, and it can also be modified, the collapse that does occur can be modified by the observation of the agent, then, and we're doing this on the micro level, either you have to say that this does not extenuate out onto the macro level, or if it does, it then puts forth credence towards the origination of all of this by the actions of the external agent.
You kind of lost me at the end. I'm not sure what you're trying to say about the actions of the...
Okay. If on the micro level, or if on the quantum level, what we observe, and actually they've taken this beyond the quantum level, but I think the biggest thing they've been able to do on this was like the size of a teaspoon, but so it's not actually just totally limited to the quantum level. But anyway, my point is, if we are being able to observe through experimentation that our agency, our measurement agency, is not only influencing this, it's also changing the past. Then, if we're observing this in real time, in repeatable experiments on the micro level, in relation to mass and matter, why would it not also make sense to extrapolate this out onto the macro level of the existence of the universe? And if that is true, then the external agent being necessary, and this goes back to the universal wave function, being necessary to initially cause that collapse is the rational, in my opinion, is the very rational conclusion. And then
well, I just say that's
from there, everything else.
That's anthropomorphism. That's saying, well, the universe has to be like me. It's like, no, the universe is under no obligation to be like you.
No, I'm not talking about it being like me.
Well, you're trying to use the fact that there's some retrocausality, which I think is highly dubious. That's a matter of interpretation. It cannot be replicated on the macro scale, therefore is subject to quantum interpretation. I deny that this is possible. Yes, I also will say that I don't think people fully understand photon waveforms, so they're perhaps thinking that the geodesic is somewhere else than what it actually is, and therefore inferring the existence of retrocausal time travel, which seems to go against the idea of cause and effect, right? So to have to invoke such a tenuous thing to substantiate a point of essentially a conscious creator to the universe.
I never said conscious in terms of the created universe. I said an agent, external agent. Now in my opinion, does the intelligent agent make more sense? Yes, but it doesn't necessitate that. Yeah, we don't have to go to that step yet. We're just talking about whether or not it is the more plausible and rational conclusion that the external agent is necessary.
It's implausible to cite a created universe. That violates the law of conservation of mass.
Hang on, say it again.
A created universe violates conservation of mass and energy and momentum.
If you're ultimately collapsing fields, how are you saying that is somehow violating
the fact that fields collapse doesn't mean the universe was created by an agent?
Well, if you have to have a action to collapse them, then it makes sense that I'm saying if you have to, then
they existed.
That makes sense.
They existed forever. Do you know? Because that's the solution that makes the predictions and is logical and consistent with what science says.
Okay, that's fine. I'm saying the collapse still has to have an action that causes it.
Right, but mass does not have to be caused. Mass is uncaused.
What example of that?
You have no counterexample.
No. You have zero examples. There's examples of mass being caused from a.
That's what no. Where? From where? It's always from something else.
When wave functions are being collapsed. I mean,
mass can change its orientation relative to itself. It can't be created or destroyed. That's the principle of conservation of energy.
I agree. That's not my.
That's what your created universe.
No, I agree. No. Okay, I didn't say that it came ex nihilo, did I?
You might as well.
No,
because you're positing something.
No. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm talking about in terms of what we observe in terms of these changes. Have they necessitated some sort of action for the forms to change?
Well, the universe contains a non-zero energy.
We're talking about observed. What we have observed, has there always been an action required, a cause required?
We live in a universe that is subject to causality, yes. But that does not mean that the universe itself was caused, I'm afraid.
Why?
Because any other explanation makes no sense.
Except there being an external agent?
Which is not the minimum energy solution, and therefore unscientific.
Okay, how does an external agent negate that?
An external agent, you're positing something that has more energy than the system that I'm describing, so you have to justify this higher energy state of this entity that created the universe, and you have no mechanism to justify it.
I'm saying how does that entity existing violate the point you just made about the state of this universe?
If you're trying to explain this universe, you're trying to do it as simply as possible to be as accurate as possible. Positing something that has a bunch of energy that you can't prove exists is not the solution that coincides with nature, because nature abides by the least action principle.
That's not what I posited. I asked you, okay, if I create a video game,
you have a problem with the idea that the universe is uncreated?
Yes.
So why?
Well, I've just been discussing one of the reasons created. I mean, I'm assuming you're familiar with the fine-tuning arguments. I'm assuming that you are familiar with things with biology and things on the micro level that indicate direct action. So, I mean, am I incorrect on that?
Well, all those actions are happening within the universe. So you're trying to extrapolate what's happening in the universe to the general behavior of the universe itself. And I'm saying, no, you're anthropomorphizing here. Just because we were created doesn't mean that the universe was.
So are you suggesting that all the rules and laws which govern the universe have just actualized themselves?
Well, they're eternal.
So you're saying that laws
for something to actualize itself implies there was a time when it didn't exist, and the laws of the universe are eternal. And so is the universe.
What proof of that do you have?
I have no counter evidence. You're the one with no proof for your assertion, so I wonder why you keep trying to shift the burden of proof on me.
Okay, so you're saying that things that are recognized as being extraordinarily implausible, and I mean the improbabilities are so extreme that I'm thinking like for fine tuning, for example, you're saying that all those things just happened.
Or that's the minimum energy. That's the minimum energy solution. It's called the anthropic principle.
The weak or the strong?
Well, I mean, take your pick. I don't know the exact distinction between them, but it's clear that
the anthropic principle, I mean, that showcases such fine balanced necessities. I mean, one of the fundamental arguments in favor of the many worlds hypothesis is to somehow account for the fine tuning. I mean, I assume you're aware of that, right?
Right. So it's a straw man.
Well, I mean, I agree that trying to rely on
it's arguing against a straw man with another, like with a comically, obscenely unscientific theory. So
you're suggesting that the fine tuning doesn't exist?
I'm saying the universe is perfect.
Okay, so the universe is perfect, but you don't think that it's more plausible that having that perfection would be indicative of an intelligent agent?
No, I'd call that anthropomorphism.
Okay, so do you think that the existence of, let's put it on the micro level, do you think that the existence of life required an intelligent agent?
It depends what you mean by intelligent. Like intelligence is baked into the cake. You can see that in the periodic table. There's logic to the periodic table. The universe is fundamentally ordered. Intelligence derives from order.
So you don't think that in any other context, in all observed contexts,
there is no such thing. There's only one universe. So it is itself.
No. I'm talking. No, you don't know what my question was going to be. So in the context of observed logical order, do we, in all the things that we see being actualized before us, I'm not talking about the periodic table, I'm talking about any other context, are the actions of an intelligent agent necessary for those things to exist?
No, life can come about spontaneously because the energy from the sun is binded to the earth, which allows for more microstates to be permeated, because normally the energy from the sun just all evaporates from the planets, but in our case it's stuck here because of the atmosphere. So there's a situation where you have a bunch of heat coming in, but the universe is always trying to diminish all heat differentials, which is another way of saying maximizing entropy. So that in and of itself is enough to create life. That didn't require an intentional, I don't want to say intelligent, because intelligence is sort of like, what do you mean by intelligence? Like at what point does it go from being information to being intelligence? That's kind of a hard one to nail down. But I don't think it needed pre-existing consciousness to happen on Earth. That doesn't mean that it is impossible that Earth wasn't colonized by some consciousness, some pre-existing consciousness that floated around to Earth when its old planet died. That's possible too, but I'm not going to make that as a part of my model.
So you're saying that because the sun puts energy on Earth and can be contained by the atmosphere, that solves the abiogenesis problem?
Well, you have a perpetual intake of heat that is essentially like not all escaping. Like on the moon, if you measure the temperature between night and day, it's quite a large variance. And that's because there's no atmosphere. It's at the same, relative distance to the sun, but there's no atmosphere. So it goes super hot during the day and then super cold at night. And because we have so much heat coming in from the sun, we can sort of just like balance it out at a relatively good temperature. It's essentially about where water is liquid, I think. Water appears to be necessary, not just water, but water at a proper temperature that these enzymatic actions can take hold.
Okay, so are you familiar with like functional information?
I'm not too sure. I have trouble understanding a lot of these theories about information because they're taking the Shannon information, which is about data, not data. To me is not information. Those are different things.
No, Shannon is just the raw information, like the number of bits and the probabilities.
That's data. That's data. That's not information, though. That's what I'm saying. Like it's a mislabeled theory. It's data. If you're talking about ones and zeros, you're talking about data.
Okay, so bits don't. Okay, I would say that Shannon would probably have a disagreement with you. We're getting into you're starting like a couple layers above. So raw Shannon information is just the sheer raw, like it's calculating the probabilities that can be the information can be sent along a channel. It's the channel capacity, right? Then you have to get into the communication theory component, like the Shannon-Weaver models and such, where you're getting into the more of the semantic and the pragmatic aspects of the syntax, value assignments, and what's actually being transferred, right? What's being encoded, transmitted, decoded. That's where you're actually looking at the meaning of the information that's being transferred. So now you're getting into an entirely different level that cannot be measured in relation to the raw Shannon information. Framework for the soul and such, very interesting because microtubules are extraordinarily fascinating. I mean, it's like the stuff that's being able to be done with those. Such a fundamental component of biological systems. Blows your mind if you really get into what is happening with those, like the necessity for cellular division and transport. I mean, the freaking things are like sci-fi roads. I mean, they literally build themselves and dissolve in front of transport proteins and such. It's crazy stuff. But and now they're getting into this is a sidebar. If I go back to the information thing, have you read up on any of the stuff of the microtubules being transmission pathways for virtual photon information transfer?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Hameroff's work and Penrose's. They're wrong because they're saying the body creates the mind, but it's the other way around.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about for information transfer inside of the cell. I'm not talking about the mind. I'm talking about
but if their model is wrong, then it's not going to make the right predictions. The architecture is going to be off.
I'm not sure. Are you talking about cellular information transfer with virtual photons? I'm not sure if Penrose is involved in that.
Well, even that is an absurd theory because that implies that the way a computer transfers information is the same way that reality transfers information, and that's not a fact at all.
You don't. Well, hold on. You don't think that there's information processing happening in biological systems?
I'm asserting that there is information processing, but it is not isomorphic to a computer. You can't use a computer concept to then extrapolate facts about reality because the computer doesn't function on that basis. The computer is a parallel processor. Reality is an integrated processor.
No, I'm talking specifically in relation to a biological system. So, like, I would agree.
It's also an integrated processor. So, to model it with a parallel processor is going to fail.
Well, hang on. I'm talking about computational ability. It doesn't have to be 100% similar in process. And I'm talking about the outcome and what is actually being executed. So, it's recognized beyond all doubt because there's billions of dollars being invested in it right now in relation to DNA computers and a variety of other things in that context. DNA is a data storage mechanism as well as being able to computers are actually looking at there's heavy experimentation going into whether or not DNA-based computers can be actually more ultimately efficient than traditional quantum computers. But yeah, I mean, like when you look at the amount of information processing that's being able to be executed by ribosomes, just what's going on inside of a cell it's mind-bending stuff. But where I'm going with this back in relation to, what is ultimately necessary. And this is why when you're talking about the sun on the earth and all that stuff, I mean, you're ultimately for life to exist, you must have communication systems, not just raw information. You must have specified communication systems with functional functional sequences, which can be encoded, messaged, and decoded. and ultimately express. And what we now know is that a mRNA sequence is not figurative, but a literal comparison to like a 3D G-code file. Sorry, 3D printing G-code file. You had X, Y, Z axis, time-based variable, and element in order to print a three-dimensional object. I mean, it's freaking nuts. So ultimately, what we're having to come to the conclusion on in terms of life existing, let's go back to the actions of the intelligent agent, is somehow we have communication systems and information processing that's more advanced than the best that humans have ever devised, that's operating on arbitrarily assigned data values in a vastly superior data storage mechanism, which enables life to exist. And to me, when you go down these rabbit holes, and you get into freaking like enzymes that are controlling quantum states and mind-bending crap. To me, to operate from the perspective of somehow this can occur without the actions of an intelligent agent just doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, the universe is intelligent if you want to look at it that way, but it's not sentient.
Well, I mean,
it's impersonal.
So are you suggesting that in any other context, the formation of functionally specified arbitrary information is accomplishable without the actions of a sentient agent?
It's the expected value in a universe that minimizes that abides by the principle of least action. It's a calculus thing.
Right. So you're saying that
the least action principle basically says things are going to be as compressed as they possibly can be. So as much information as possible is going to be put into as little of a space as possible.
Right. So are you suggesting that like ASCII could create itself?
Well, again, you're trying to use a metaphor with computers, and
I'm not.
Okay.
Yes, it does. I'm not using metaphor.
It is. You're saying, can a computer design itself? Well, the universe isn't a computer.
No, I'm talking about a biological system.
Well, you said an ASCII computer.
No, I said could ASCII, right? The code base, right, of ASCII. Could ASCII create itself? The value assignments for ASCII, could they create themselves?
That's not alive, right? So there's a big difference.
I'm talking about the date. No, I'm talking about the code base. I'm talking about the codec. The zeros and ones being equal to the source and target alphabets, right? Could the source and target alphabet value assignments, the code mapping, could it occur without the actions of an intelligent agent?
You mean a human that formalized it?
I'm just talking about an intelligent agent. Do you think there's any plausible scenario in which the zeros and ones being equal to the alphabet and the command lines, or do you think those things could assign themselves without the actions of a sentient intelligent agent?
It required a sentient intelligent human.
Okay, so again, I'm going down the pathway, right? So you would agree with me that ASCII or Unicode 8 or Morse code could not create themselves. Is that fair?
That's right.
Okay, so you have to have foreknowledge. Would you agree that in order to assign source,
the foreknowledge is intrinsic?
For what? A sentient agent?
The foreknowledge is intrinsic to the universe. All the laws are coded right in. That's what makes them laws.
Right.
It's an ordered system which allows for what appears to be intelligence to manifest.
So are you saying that arbitrary data value assignments are
nothing arbitrary? I'm telling you, it's based on order. There's nothing arbitrary about it.
So
you're saying, why can humans exist which are compressed better than a computer, which were made by humans? So obviously,
no,
humans are not that smart.
No, right now I'm talking about information. So are you suggesting that the value assignments that Samuel Morse assigned to the Morse code, are you suggesting those were not arbitrary?
Of course not. They're centered around, like, all numbers are ideal forms. They're centered around the null one, 0.
No. The dots and dashes that Morse assigned to be equal to letters, and then ultimately they expanded out for word combos.
Yeah, they weren't arbitrary. They were designed to be as short as possible, but still convey the message.
I understand that's called the code mapping. I'm talking about the actual value assignments. Could he have assigned different values?
Well, he could have used, of course.
Okay, so that by definition, what the values he assigned were arbitrary.
Well, within a very small range.
Okay, in terms of code mapping, in this specific context, arbitrary means it could be something else and still have the same meaning.
I don't think that's what arbitrary means. Arbitrary implies randomness.
No, arbitrary has choice. It can be something different and still be equal in terms of what we're talking about in terms of coding. Arbitrary can have a randomness to it, but it means that it doesn't. It could be something else in this context.
Sure, it could have been something else.
Okay, so this is where you get down into. This is where we're going into biological systems. All right, from a chemistry perspective, there is no. It's right now recognized. There have been experiments at the freaking yin yang on this for 40 years. It is now recognized that the code value assignments of codon equaling amino acid are not. They're compliant with the laws of physics and chemistry, but not determined by them. That's a quote. So they've literally been forced to come to the recognition that they are arbitrary value assignments. And how do we know this? Because we're being able to reprogram the codons to equal different things and reprogram ribosomes to read them in a different fashion and have a different data set, different codec. So we now know that they're arbitrary. It's not based on chemical affinity. So what does this mean? Ultimately, when you go back to what is one of the underlying core necessities for life to exist, we must have an arbitrary data value assignment source and target alphabet communication system is necessary for life. So in any other context, everybody recognizes this requires a sentient intelligent agent.
I don't think that at all one follows from the other. It seems like you're cherry picking to try to justify a foregone conclusion, but you're always going to be coming up against the fact that you have no evidence in support of your position. You have to invoke tremendously complicated logic to seem plausible, and it all ultimately rests on computer-based analogies about information that isn't even defined properly in the first place to try to extrapolate the fact that the body stores more information. The human body stores information more compactly than a computer does, and therefore because our computers are designed and we're more complicated than them, we must have been designed as well. That's the argument, right?
No, the complexity is not the point. It's that's an additional component of support, but at the root we're looking at what are the underlying necessities and inference to the best explanation, principle of sufficient reason. What are all of the observed requirements for anything that has the exact same functional capacity? And I know you, like many, love to claim metaphor, simile, analogy. It is formally recognized by academia. It's
not all metaphors are created equal. The question is it actually a valid metaphor?
Hang on, I'm going to finish my sentence. It's actually well established that the whole continued talking point of it being metaphor, analogy, et cetera, is categorically false. It is actually literal, not figurative. So the dismissal of the points that I'm making as it somehow being just nothing but a metaphor, that's no longer the established position. And not just by people like me. I'm talking about that's published.
But that doesn't mean, what does that mean? If something's published, isn't that more evidence that it's false than it is true? Because they don't have any answers.
No, you can still are you saying that you can't recognize that something is something without necessarily arguing what is the source?
Well, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to bring back to the source of being a sentient creator.
First, I was establishing that this is what we have to account for.
You said
it was nothing but metaphor, right?
Your computer analogies are metaphors, and I'm saying a computer is not a metaphor for the universe. It's just not. The universe doesn't work the same way.
So right now, I have not been talking about the universe. I've been talking about life.
We were talking about whether the universe was created, right? And you're still trying to come up with an evidence to support the position that an intelligent agent created the universe. And I was saying, no, the intelligence is really just a sign of there being order in the universe. And the universe is founded fundamentally on order. And
but
so it can
but you're claiming, well, you said it founded on order, but you just said that order has always existed. Isn't that your position?
That is my position.
Okay, so the order was founded, even though it always existed eternally.
It's founded on order. The base level of operation of the universe is order.
Right. So the point where I was going with all this and the why I went into the biological level is you have argued that there is no necessity of an intelligent agent for that order that you're referring to.
Well, life is an ordered system. And it's like, well, of course, an ordered system came out of an ordered universe. That's not a contradiction. We're just super ordered because we have so much energy coming in from the sun to digest. It requires a tremendous amount of complexity because it's basically a question of how much food can you digest, because that's what the planet wants you to do.
Okay, so pre-metabolism, pre-replication, pre-homeostasis, pre-enzymatic action, the things that you're taking for granted in the controlled state that is a biological system do not exist.
What things? I'm not denying that there's intelligence in life. I'm not denying that there's intelligence in the universe. I'm denying that the universe was created.
Well, we're not talking about the universe right now. Right now we're talking about life. We're talking about the necessity of the pre-existing intelligent agent in order for life to exist.
Yeah, there's nothing like that either, as far as I can tell.
Okay, so is it your formal position that the genetic code is not actually a literal code?
It can be interpreted as a code, but the problem is that you're not understanding how light stores information.
Oh God!
If you understood
okay,
how
the whole light. Okay, can light be a medium for information?
Light is the medium which stores the information.
Right. So can DNA be a medium to store information?
Obviously, it has some information associated with its structure, but its structure is dictated by the information held in a light wave form. Because it's just light coming in from the sun and then being reconstituted coming out of our bodies because we've got to digest it.
Okay, hang on. So you're saying that semantic information is energy?
No, I'm saying light is the medium that stores energy.
Okay, so
information. Light is the medium that stores information is what I meant to say. Sorry.
Okay, so paper can store information. Concrete.
There's a difference between information and data. How much information is there in the universe? Very little. 3 + 1 over 14 canonical orders. That's the only linearly independent information in the entire universe. Everything else derives from that. So you have very little information, but you have a lot of data. So the question is, when we have data, what does it mean to have data? It means that we reduced some system and obtained some piece of information, some piece of something that told us something about the system, but we can't be sure what it is. Like if you just stick a thermometer in someone's mouth, but you don't have any numbers on it, you don't know exactly what it's telling you. You just know that it's telling you something.
Hang on. Are you suggesting that everything is nothing but descriptive, not prescriptive?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. Prescriptive means what you should do, and descriptive is what is.
Well, I mean, in this context, prescriptive would be the logic rules for controlled functional action. So like turn left, turn right, jump 3 times, go forward, versus he went forward and turned left. And then after that, he went and turned right. And then he jumped 3 times. That's describing the actions versus the control of them. In this context, we're getting down into like computer action, or in context of like genetic code, for example, you've got, well, let me backtrack. I'm very fascinated by this whole thing of you thinking there's not more, that everything's just data versus information, because that's very interesting. Let's go back in terms of life. Like, what's your knowledge of like what the genetic code is and how it operates?
Well, it's held in tension. It's like the basic code for everything else. It's held in its array through a photon waveform.
No, I'm talking about the syntax of the code.
What about it? It's what the light form dictated that it should be.
Okay, so like, how does a codon equal an amino acid? Like, what's necessary? What?
Well, the mind senses that it needs something structurally, then it indicates to its builders to build the thing that it sensed that it needed. And this is all a subconscious process.
Okay, so are you suggesting that the gene sequence does not hold specified functional information?
It doesn't hold all the information, but it holds some of it. It's a correlate of the light field.
Okay, so more specifically, gene sequence is a literal sequence of nucleotide base pairs. 3 base pairs equals a codon. 1 codon equals an amino acid. It's then transcribed from DNA into RNA, then translated by ribosome using adapters to decode the information and translate amino acid sequence into polypeptide, or sorry, mRNA sequence into polypeptide chain, which equals a 3-dimensional fold. So I mean, it's literal functional information.
Well, there's no doubt that there's information, but you have to separate information from data. Because information is what's actually, like, it's a question of how the signal has been impeded from a source to a target, right? That's what information is. But then there's a when you talk about in Shannon information, it's you have a signal. The signal starts somewhere and then it ends up somewhere else. And it's a question of how much signal fidelity we had.
Right. But that's raw Shannon information. We're talking about communication now.
When we're talking about information the way I'm presenting it, it's actual, what is the actual form of the system being described? The information, the data is a result of the information, is my point. The information is like, there's DNA there and there's RNA there. And then
are you suggesting that there is no semantic information is material or immaterial?
It's photonic. The photon exclusively stores information.
So you're saying that the semantic meaning of a symbol is material?
Well, I don't know what you mean by semantic meaning, but anything that's a symbol is an ideal form, is a pure form, even a letter or a number.
Right. So, okay. So the letter reality. The letter A has been assigned the semantic meaning of A, and the shape of it is now encoded in our communication system in our brain to know what A is. Correct?
Sure.
Okay. So that semantic value could be something else. Correct?
In our universe, things can only be one way.
Okay, so you're suggesting that somebody couldn't have assigned a different value to that shape?
What I'm saying is that there are different energy levels, and there's a unique lowest energy level, and that's the one that's going to saturate the majority of the mass. And the fact that the body transfers information in a very codified and succinct way is just more evidence that nature abides by the least action principle, i.e. it's going to maximally it's going to make use of the energy that it has with optimal efficiency. So you're expecting maximal efficiency on your signal processing, which is what we observe.
So are you suggesting that the laws of logic are material or immaterial?
They're immaterial. They're not all correct. They're not all correct, though. There are assumptions about logic that could be proven.
Okay, false. So that's not what I asked. I said, are the laws of logic material or immaterial?
They're well, I guess technically they're both. Because reality
can be actualized in
reality is logical. Reality is logical. That's the only reason we can separate cause and effect.
Right. Are numbers material or immaterial?
Obviously, they're immaterial.
Okay, so is semantic is semantic values that have been assigned arbitrarily. Are those semantic meanings material or immaterial?
I still don't know what you mean by semantic meaning. Sorry. You said A is ah.
Okay, so apple, the word apple. You and I both know in English that apple equals the fruit.
Correct? I don't really know. What are you asking me? If I change the name of a proton, the laws of physics are still the same. Like, I don't understand the point of this question.
Okay, so this goes back to, what is a gene sequence?
It is the thing that, like, everything in your body is tied to the photon waveform. So to try to pick one thing out and ask what it is, it's like it's something that is part of supporting the photon waveform.
So are you suggesting that the word apple is dependent on the photon waveform?
It's really not. Like, I don't know why you keep inserting this. Like, you're trying to make an argument for an intelligent designer. There is no argument for an intelligent designer because the universe is already intelligent.
Actually, at this point, I'm not even doing that. I'm really trying to see if you actually know what the hell you're talking about. So,
trust me, I know what I'm talking about. I've had this conversation many times. It's just like,
really? Okay. So let's think about this. So are you suggesting that semantic?
I'm telling you the answer, and you're ignoring the answer, and you're trying to drag me into this like yes or no question. It's like,
no, actually, I'm really not. Okay, is the meaning apple, the word apple, is the semantic value of those letters, that sequence of letters, is that material or immaterial?
It's partially material, it's partially immaterial.
Okay. Could it be something different?
The definitions of words and the usage of words is a bit subjective, but the origins of words is objective. So we don't all speak the same language, do we? So
no, we don't
communicate.
No, we don't, because we can assign different semantic meanings to the same object. Correct?
Yeah. So what's your final point? Where's this?
So my point is you're talking about, well, the reason I asked you about whether or not the word apple is dependent on the photon waveform that you were just talking about in relation to DNA. If it doesn't apply to apple, then why would it apply to a gene sequence which equals a functional protein, which is a three-dimensional object? And that's the code value.
Humans have some degree of control over what they call apples. Doesn't mean the laws of physics can be changed arbitrarily.
What laws of physics am I referring to?
The way information is stored by life is through the photon waveform. Period. That doesn't require an intelligent creator, does it? Because photon waveforms are coming from the sun.
Again, are you saying that semantic values are determined by the photon waveform?
Everything is determined by waveforms, and there's photon waveforms and massive waveforms.
You just said all of the information in biological systems is from the sun, the photon waveform from the sun, correct?
That's what stores the information, yes. And you're saying, isn't there also information in the DNA? I'm saying yes, but that information comes from the waveform.
How is the arbitrary semantic information that is being expressed through an arbitrarily assigned codec?
Because it's not arbitrary.
Okay, it's literally recognized. Do I need to pull up papers that literally state that it's arbitrarily assigned?
You're saying it could be something different. Okay, why would it be something different then?
Okay.
I don't make arguments on a basis of being able to switch things out arbitrarily.
No, we're looking.
Something could be done. You're saying that just because something could be done hypothetically in humans on the level of our language, that there's some other way to make that mean that the universe has a degree of, we're still not sure what.
Okay. Okay. So if I'm understanding you,
like I've answered the question. I've given you a model that tells you how life works, how the information transfers. Everything is consistent. There's no requirement for an intelligent.
Okay, you don't even know how the data is stored
in the light waveform.
Okay, please explain to me how the light waveform is being stored, is creating semantic immaterial information storage? Please explain that to me.
Well, the information is latent in the universe. We can't create new information. We can create new data, but we can't create new information. The universe has 3 plus 1. That's the only information in the universe. 3 plus 1 tells us everything about the form, period. Everything else is linearly dependent on that. So then you can start to have data. And then some data that could happen is that life arises. And the reason life arises is because there's a waveform.
Please define what you mean by data.
Signal. I'm talking about it when you say Shannon information, I call that data. Yeah. So the signal.
Okay. And how many? Okay. So again, do you accept or reject that you can like there's another layer above that in
no,
terms
there
of
isn't.
communication?
You want to assert that there is, and I'm saying no, there isn't.
So are you publicly rejecting the Shannon Weaver model?
I'm saying that information's not data. And if Shannon
are you publicly rejecting?
Are
you rejecting everything about information theory and communication theory that's currently?
Of course not.
Okay,
I just acknowledge
then
that
literally
it
everything that I've been. Okay, you have just stated that. Okay, is there semantic, pragmatic, statistical, and syntactic information?
There's only one type of information, and the rest is data. So okay. Everything you're saying now, everything that's not 3 plus 1.
So data. So data is, let's see, the quantities, characters, or symbols of which operations are performed by a computer being stored. Yeah, it could just be done by a computer, but it could be where I make.
So the universe has data as well, right? What kind of data does the universe have? Protons, electrons, neutrons, and photons, right? That's the data in the universe.
Okay, so
that's not information, because the information would have to tell us about how the electrons are relating to the protons. That's information. How do they connect together? What is their form? That's what information is. Data is the population of the signal. And in this case, we're talking about the universal signal. And so the data would be the basic waveforms.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. You do not believe that there is something such as functional information that has a differentiation from raw Shannon information signal. Is that correct?
I'm not gonna.
That there is no differentiation between raw Shannon information and functional information.
There has to be a difference, otherwise they'd have the same definition. We're talking about whether things are independent from each other.
Okay, that's the literal point of the definition.
So if something can be constructed with something else, does it really have more information, or is it just the same information that was always there being presented in a different way?
Okay, can I have the same number of bits and have raw Shannon information and not have the same meaning of the information that's contained therein?
I'm telling you, the Shannon information only.
Can you answer my question?
Data. Well, we're using different definitions of information here, so clearly there's going to be a crossing of wires.
Okay, again, raw Shannon. You're clinging to raw Shannon information signal, correct? And nothing else.
Shannon information with general information, and I'm saying that's not really how it works. Although information does exist, but it's only really defined relative to data.
Okay, so are you suggesting that if I have 16 Scrabble letters that are all randomly done, right, versus being organized into words, I have the exact same amount of raw information, but I have different functionally specified information that is now being subject to syntax and semantics, correct?
Right, so there's different levels of information. I get that.
Okay, awesome. We've now agreed upon that.
What they are. I'm trying to explain to you what they are, but you're so plugged up with what you already believe that you're not understanding what I'm saying and why it's right.
Okay, so up until a couple minutes ago, you were insisting there was no such thing as functional information.
I'm telling you that my definition of information is literally that. I'm not going to substitute information for data. Because Shannon information is data, not true information.
What is true information to you? I'm very fascinated by this. Like, please expand upon that.
The geometry of something.
The geometry. So you're saying it's the geometry versus the probabilities?
Probabilities are an attribute of geometry. But yeah, so the information is geometry of a system. That's the most general thing that you could look at.
Okay.
So the idea is that the geometry predicts everything. You don't need to invoke an intelligent creator to get all this stuff.
Okay, so in any other context, are you suggesting that a G-code file that can 3D print X, you're suggesting that I do not need to necessitate an intelligent agent for that? Is that correct?
Define intelligent.
First, answer my question.
Well, you've already asked it. I've already said, no, clearly it requires an intelligent human to do, yet you're asking it again now.
Well, I mean, you right before I asked the question again, you stated that you don't need anything like that. So I'm asking you to clarify once again, if you have something that has all of the exact command lines as a 3D print file, are you suggesting that that could exist in any context? I give no fucks what medium contains it.
For the fourth time, it requires a human.
No. Okay, a sentient agent.
And a human is a sentient agent. So
yes. Okay, so if you don't have a sentient agent, you don't think that's remotely plausible to exist?
That's right.
Okay, so if a gene sequence is a 3D print file.
But it isn't, right?
Yes,
that's the whole point. Your metaphor is shit.
It's not metaphor.
That it's the same.
Okay.
Yes, you're saying you're saying there is I've heard this argument before. You're saying that a computer is somehow the same as the universe. It's not.
No, I'm not talking about the universe. I'm talking about the fucking 3D print file that is an mRNA sequence.
The universe created us.
Okay. So hang on. So a codon equals an amino acid. So there's the element. Okay. Then you have the X, Y, and Z axis control that's expressed via the ribosome in where to put the frickin' thing. And then you have time variables. Then you have time-based variables in the translational pausing dual-use freaking syntax that's being expressed there in the multiplex code base that's layered into a mRNA sequence. This is freaking recognized crap.
The light waveform is extremely complex and codes a tremendous amount of information.
The light wave. Okay, so again, the light waveform assigned the semantic values that are immaterial. So they're immaterial.
We are dictated by the immaterial. Plato has said the same. We're dictated by the immaterial.
So you're saying the light waveform assigns semantic immaterial value.
What else?
How?
Because the universe contains information. The light reflects the information in the universe and is able to create a coherent signal that can waveform reduce itself, aka consciousness.
Okay, hang on. So it can waveform itself into arbitrary values.
It's not arbitrary. I don't know where you get this arbitrary from.
So you're saying that the codon, the 64 codon value assignments are not arbitrary.
Of course not. None of it's arbitrary. It's all 100% determined by the photon waveform, which is a highly ordered, entangled system which centralizes the personality.
So what is the source of the information of the light waveform?
The periodic table. The measurement limit.
And what's the source of the periodic? And what's the source of the periodic table?
God.
Okay.
And God gave us a universe that has no beginning or end, but it created a bunch of things that had sub-beginnings and ends and left us to...
Hang on, you just said that God gave us the universe, but God is contained inside the universe, right?
God is the universe.
Okay, cool. So
it's not
God
contained inside.
So is God the intelligent agent?
It just depends how you define intelligent, right? Like some people prefer to define, not to be like a bitch or anything about it. This is a true statement. Like if you define intelligence one way, then yes. If you define it a different way, then no, right? Does intelligence require subjectivity? What is the key attribute of intelligence? Is it order? Is it pattern? Is it centralization? Is it subjectivity. Like that's something that we're not too clear what intelligent means, because right now we only have correlates of intelligence. We can say, well, clearly I'm smarter than this person, or clearly a dog is smarter than a rock, but we can't necessarily take those relative comparisons that are intuitive and obvious and then extrapolate them to a universal definition of intelligence, because we only ever saw relative systems of intelligence. We didn't really contemplate what is
so are you
ultimate
suggesting that we
origin of it.
can't? So are you suggesting that we can't clearly delineate the differences between sentient intelligent agents and non?
Well, life is there's no there's a trivial photon waveform in non-life, but life has a non-trivial waveform, so an entangled waveform. So it starts to fold in on itself when it gets binded to life. And that's where you can get the complexity and the signal going around, and then eventually build your way up to intelligence, because it's a matter of discerning the signals that your mind is getting in a systematized way. Do we want to commit to a definition of intelligence? Because it's a word that
I'm talking about right now. Are you stating that you do not have the IQ points necessary to determine whether something is a sentient intelligent agent and something that is not?
Well, go ahead and define intelligence then. Are you saying you don't have the IQ points to define intelligence?
Well, why don't we just use Google real quick? Definition of intelligence.
Hey, Master Beater, I never said everything was a wave, okay?
The ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. How about that one? You like that one?
What's knowledge? See how it's self-reflecting? See how it's so not self-reflecting, self-referencing? There's a self-reference problem.
Facts, information, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education. How about that? Or a theoretical or practical understanding of a subject.
Right, so it requires a person. Knowledge requires a person. So does it
require in the context of the sentient intelligent agent, I would say yes. Now, whether or not a dog is sentient versus having some intelligent action capacity is different context. I mean, we can program a robot too. But
life is varying degrees of intelligence, and the source of that intelligence is the order of the universe.
Okay, so you think God exists, but you won't accept that he must be an intelligent agent based on everything that's observed.
Well, I don't think intelligence has to be subjectivized, so I would say that that God is intelligent, but is not subjectivized. So impersonal.
What do you even mean by subjectivized?
Constrained by subjectivity, by a single entity. Right, you're a single entity. You have a beginning and an end.
How am I constraining God exactly?
Your subjectivity is something that God is a subset of God, not equal to God.
Right. I mean, I operate from the perspective that I don't have the capacity to actually truly comprehend what God is. Because I mean, there must be something that's necessary for me to exist, but the probability of me actually being able to comprehend it on its true form is nuts, because I'm a finite being.
Just because I can describe certain things about God doesn't mean I transcend God either. Being able to say a few things that are true about a thing and transcending it in its totality aren't the same thing. So the sages have already said that transcending God is not possible. And so I'm basically okay with that. I'm fine to just get a glimpse, because it's just that amazing that I don't need to transcend God.
Well, I wasn't suggesting you were transcending God, but the point I'm making is you are actually the one that's limiting God.
Well, that's you saying that, and you think I have a limited perspective of God, and I would say the same.
I didn't say you necessarily had a limited perspective. I said that you are limiting God.
How?
You're stating that God is contained inside of the universe.
No, I'm saying God is the universe.
But not external to it, correct?
There is nothing external to the universe. That's a contradiction in terms.
That's your assertion.
Universe is everything. No, it's a definition. You're asserting it's possible.
No. The universe is everything,
and I'm saying it's not.
The universe is everything for us. That does not make. Right, my point is, okay. If you are a character inside of a video game, inside of your universe and from your perspective, that is all that exists. Everything that you can perceive is contained therein. That doesn't mean that the creator of the game is subject to it. It can be easily. It's external too. Like I don't want to
say it's external. I want to say it's equal. That's an aesthetic preference. So you would now have to prove that your aesthetic preference is superior to mine through demonstration of superior knowledge. Can you do that?
Well, first, you're going to have to describe or explain what you mean by this whole aesthetic preference.
Well, you're saying there's an extra universal intelligent entity. I'm saying the intelligent entity is the universe itself. We can't tell who's right, so we have to go by the result. So I would say, let's see results that are better than mine.
Well, I mean, yours is dependent on there being no beginning and it being basically an eternal. Actually, you want to go with an oscillation state. So then you still have to account for the anthropic principle somehow being accounted for every time there's the oscillation in order to account for the fine tuning.
That's what physics. That's what I don't need to justify that because that's what physics predicts through the least action principle.
Okay, physics does not predict that the universe will be fine-tuned every time in the oscillation models.
According to someone who's decided to misinterpret, because some people decided to misinterpret things for their own ends to try to jam bullshit through the door of plausibility, doesn't make their arguments valid.
So you're stating that all of the cosmologists and the theoretical physicists who recognize the fine-tuning problem and the extraordinarily improbability.
Well, it's only a problem because they don't understand the principle of least action. It's a prediction of the principle of least action.
So you operate from the perspective. Are you one of those people who operates from the perspective of it is, therefore the probability is 1?
I guess so. I'm not going to entertain speculations about probabilities that are completely imaginary and pulled out of someone's ass. That's not scientifically respectable.
So you're stating that all of the and I by the way, sidebar, I usually don't go down the rabbit hole of like appeals to authority, and people that do they don't actually understand the argument annoy me. But I mean, this has been being established and accepted for quite some time.
And what do they have to show for it? Are people getting any smarter? Are people any happier?
Well, actually, we're getting dumber.
Fulfilled?
We're actually literally getting dumber, but that's...
So maybe that's something to do with the suppositions people are having being wrong and, not acknowledged as wrong. Because a created universe, that literally violates the laws of physics. Extra universal entities violate the laws of physics because the definition of universe is everything. So if you're going to say there's something apart from everything, that's a contradiction in terms.
No,
that's impossible.
It's a contradiction for something that is contained therein to those rules. Doesn't mean that the game cannot be changed.
You're saying there's a boundary to the universe. There isn't. You can't define something extra universal. That's what I'm saying. You can try, but you're stuck in this one.
You're making the assertion that there can be nothing, that there can't be anything beyond. That's your assertion, correct?
By definition, the universe is all there is. If you want to try to change that definition, I'll just say you're just trying to cheat.
So is there literally a term called the observed universe?
Well, there's the observable universe.
Right.
Which is a subset of the total universe.
Is there probability that there's additional dimensions that we do not currently observe?
0%. There's a 0 probability of that.
Okay, so that's a rather strong assertion, given the fact that there's dramatic counterpoints to that.
That's what science. There's no counter evidence. There's a bunch of LARPers who want to instantiate googly-eyed fantasies as science. I'm sorry, that's not science. That's religion. As soon as you want to stipulate something extra universal, you're back into the domain of religion. So don't claim it's a scientific.
So are you a strict materialist?
Depends what you mean by material.
Well, I mean, it seems to me that you think there is nothing except the observed universe. And you also seem to
assert... I said the universe has an observable section and an unobservable section. So why do you keep misconstruing what I'm saying? It's quite distracting.
Well, you've been arguing that everything is deterministic, correct?
There's quantum determinism that operates, but that doesn't preclude degrees of freedom. There are not magical hidden dimensions.
What is quantum determinism?
It means that we live in a deterministic universe that's quantized, that's subject to the principle of uncertainty, which means that you can't know beyond the level of a probabilistic distribution what the outcome will be in advance of observation.
Okay. So are you suggesting that all of the outcomes are predetermined?
I just said they aren't predetermined because of the uncertainty principle.
Because you seem to be contradicting yourself.
Yeah, it's quantum determinism. It's determined to within the quantum limit, the uncertainty limit, right? It's not determined past that limit because that limit is the limit of what we can determine. We can determine that if there's a slit, the electron will land somewhere within this distribution with this probability, but we have no way of knowing exactly where. Whereas like a purely mechanistic view, you could know in advance of observation what was going to happen because there was a unique, the idea is with uniqueness, like it has to do with math and set theory. Like, is there a unique Y for every X?
Right.
So it's not like that in our universe because it branches out every time there's an uncertainty effect. There isn't a single Y for each X because if X is the electron and Y is the location on the screen, well, it's not going to always be in the same place, is it?
No, but
there's multiple values of Y for every value of X.
So are you one of the people that say that based on every action, there's the split path?
No. That would violate the minimum energy solution, right? Because that would imply another universe is branching off with the, it's like, where'd you get the energy to create another universe? Let alone that's impossible. No, I mean, we live in a probabilistic...
I think those ideas are dumb. I mean, they're
the probabilistic, there's an intrinsically probabilistic aspect to our universe. That's what it is that matter can interfere with matter in such a way that its trajectory.
So what do we...
That's the idea behind deterministic fluid mechanics, but there's also this element of fanning out at the slit.
Right. And
that's the Heisenberg principle.
Right. And what do we observe as what is actualizing that?
Waveform reduction is the primary mechanism of the universe.
Okay. And
so when you have an electron, it's going along, and then it reaches the screen.
I understand how that works. I'm talking about...
Well, clearly you don't, because I have to explain it, right? Like
no. I'm talking about...
This is not going to be productive if you're going to just keep interrupting me here.
Okay, well, you keep explaining things like I don't understand the fundamental principles. I do.
If you did understand the fundamental principles of physics, we'd already agree about consciousness, but we don't. So I have to figure out where we don't agree so that I can correct your misapprehension of physics.
Okay. So I think the differentiation point we're having here is I'm operating from the perspective that the consciousness is necessary for the collapse. You say that it is not. Is that fair?
Consciousness is equal to the collapse according to quantum mechanics. Observation, the attribute of consciousness, is equivalent to waveform reduction. That's what observation is by the axioms of Copenhagen interpretation.
Right, but there's... Okay. The preceding measurement in order for the collapse.
The collapse is the measurement. That's the hard part to understand. Is that
okay. Are you stating that the conscious agent is not necessary for the measurement?
the consciousness that happens is a result of a lot of waveform reductions coalescing into a single.
Right. So you're saying consciousness comes after, not before.
Well, again, it depends what you mean by consciousness, right? Are you talking about life or are you talking about consciousness?
Well, I mean, the only thing that we're aware of that has consciousness is life. Are you suggesting that rocks?
Sure
are you suggesting that rocks are conscious?
It depends what you mean by conscious. If conscious means the ability to make observations, then yes, because rocks can make observations.
Okay, so are you suggesting that Heisenberg and all the things that ultimately resulted in the Copenhagen interpretation, are you suggesting there wasn't, and it still isn't, active discussion about whether or not the conscious agent is necessary for the measurements?
Yeah, that's not at all what the science points to. The conscious agent plays no role in the waveform collapse. The thing that is observing the waveform is the slit, not the conscious person doing this experiment.
Okay, so
for life to happen, it needs to be a coherent photon waveform. So the rock doesn't have one of those.
Okay, so
the rock's not sentient.
So this is where I was going all the way down this rabbit hole to try and get clarification, because you haven't been. I've stated the same point multiple times, and you now are just now finally delineating the question I was asking. There is the current general consensus that there is no conscious agent requirement, but there is also a growing. It has been existing this whole time since the beginning of quantum mechanics to now, and it's actually starting to gain more traction or regain traction, that the conscious agent is necessary in experimentation at the slit for the measurement to occur. And this is the whole reason I brought up the delayed choice in the quantum eraser experiments. The papers by the guys who did some of these experiments in like 2019, they literally wrote a fucking article in Scientific American about, hey guys, it's time for us to start actually not ignoring the aspect of the conscious agent factoring into all of this.
And how did it factor in exactly?
That the conscious agent is necessary for the measurement to occur.
So if he set it all up and left and it went off automatically, the electron wouldn't register at the slit?
Okay, the whole point that they're making is that, and this is where the delayed choice comes into play, and the retrocausality is that when you actually do make the final measurement from the conscious agent aspect, then the choice is determined, and there's retroaction that's being seen in the measurement.
Information is transferred through light. Yes, so it depends when the light waveform reduces into the system which is measuring it. That doesn't mean it's traveling backwards in time. It just means that time is not the easiest thing to understand, because there are more fundamental properties to the universe than time.
You don't think that time is a fundamental factor of the universe?
No, it's like the second layer. It's the same with space, right? So like, can space exist separately from time?
Well, there's arguments now that space and time are the same thing.
I don't think I'd go for that.
Well, I'm not making it up. I'm saying that it's being put forth as a premise. I just watched a lecture on it a couple days ago. I'm just saying, like, you make some very, very strong assertions, and there's plenty of people are making very opposite assertions, or similar in some aspects, and then categorically different in others.
It's ultimately the hard problem of consciousness, because we can't extract our own subjectivity to an arbitrary degree from the experiments that we do.
Okay, right. So if the hard consciousness problem exists, and we can't extract it from our experiments, then how are you ignoring the whole point that I was making in relation to the measurement problem?
Well, what's the point?
Okay, if the consciousness is required and the universe existed before our consciousness existed, then you still have to ultimately run into what was the consciousness that was not extracted. It must be not dependent on the universe itself in order for the universe to exist.
The question is of how did the universe eventually get to a situation where life was a thing? And you don't need an intelligent creator for that.
How so?
You don't even need consciousness. Because because my model will predict it without an external creator or external consciousness. It's just a matter of a solar process. The moon is the reason, ultimately, because the moon is why the atmosphere can't boil off.
Okay, so you don't even know the fundamental necessities of life, and you're claiming that your model accounts for it?
I know exactly how life works. I know exactly how to predict life, and I can tell you where the information's stored and how it transmits, and it's all through photonic waveform reduction. You can reject or accept it, but that's the theory that's going to make the predictions.
Okay, hang on. So you can explain how the genetic code formed?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the second harmonic of the photon waveform. It's a torus.
Okay, cool. So I would strongly recommend, and I mean in all seriousness, if you actually think you can solve this, there's currently a $10 million prize on the line. Royal Society, Stanford, MIT, Yale, a couple other places are all involved. If you can pull that off, you get a check written for $10 million.
Oh, that's very nice. They're not going to accept my premise, though. They want me to give them an answer in their axioms, and there is no answer in their axioms. So,
no, you just have to do it.
Well, it's trivially easy.
I mean, like I said, there's
two spheres. You take two spheres and you have them orbit each other in a up and down in a gradually downward motion, and it creates your basic. What is it? Someone said it in the chat. Torus field. And that motion is what writes the molecules into their arrangement. Because it's like, how do they know to go there, right? How do they know to be oriented that way? It can't just be a purely chemical process, because that's just basically an equilibrium problem. It has to be mediated by something intelligent. And the answer is that this intelligence, or what appears to us as intelligence, is the information stored very tightly in the photon field. It's not just a random blob, it's a highly organized thing, because the universe is a highly organized thing, because order is intrinsic to the universe. Now, whether you say that means the universe is intelligent is sort of your own hot take, and it's your own personal opinion, but a created universe is simply a distraction from understanding how reality actually works.
Okay, so let me understand if I'm understanding you correctly. You're saying if we shine light and it goes around in orbit between two objects, that is going to somehow organize molecules that don't have the chemical affinity to do anything in a pattern.
Through magnetism, yeah, through magnetism. The way you think about it is like, first there's the primary field, which is a sphere. And then the sphere, it can be constrained to the body. And so it starts to compress it a little bit. And if you compress it too much, you get a potential difference, right? Because the distribution is too spread out. So that's actually what happens when there's cell division. It spreads the energetic distribution such that there's what is it? Like a discharge. And that's what separates the cells. So the discharge is the thing that nature basically minimizes spontaneous discharges, because nature wants everything to sort of find its equal level. But spontaneous discharges do happen, like thunder and lightning, or sorry, just lightning. They happen, but they happen occasionally. And in the body, they happen all the time because there's so much energy there.
So you're up on cellular division. You're saying that there's some kind of magnetism that puts nucleotides,
no, think of it like a
pairs in specific
sphere.
order.
Yeah, think of it like a sphere, just on the simple level of a cell. Think of it like a cell inside a sphere, and the sphere is organized. The sphere of light is organizing the cellular motion inside, and then when the cell goes to divide, the light waveform changes its orientation from a perfect circle to an elongated one, which increases the probability of a discharge, which eventually creates a discharge, which separates the cell.
Okay, are you actually suggesting that the centrosomes and the centromeres are, which are essential for meiosis, you're saying that they're just like for discharge control?
They're what the mind uses to make the whole thing happen. They're controlled by the photon waveform. I'm not denying the things they've already found in science. I'm just saying, well, where's the controller? It's this photon waveform, which has the capacity to centralize information.
Right. Okay. So we're going back down to the nucleotide base pairs. You're stating that the things that don't have chemical affinity to go into any kind of patterns, and the whole reason they're able to do the data storage to create the functional components that can accomplish these things, you're saying that all just organizes itself through light waveform.
Yeah, well, light is basically a very simple thing. So it's more perfect than we are in that sense, because it's such a basic ingredient, right? So it has a bigger reflection of reality than the body does. And so it's going to be having an ordered shape just like the periodic table does.
So again, you're stating that light just somehow created a sequence.
Well, it started out as light being bounded to a body. That's the most important thing.
What body?
Well, it would be the very beginning of life, right? Like the first life forms would have been when there was so much light that eventually created a situation where it was totally internally reflected within the confines of a particular biological organism. So the biological organism is the gravitational field analogy here, but is the thing that binds the light, because light just always wants to expand, right? Like if you have just light, unobstructed light, what does it do? It just goes away from its point of origin, right?
Okay, so UV radiation breaks down biological systems and biological components.
That doesn't mean that our consciousness isn't light.
I'm not talking about consciousness. I'm talking about the fundamental components of life. UV radiation destroys it. This is a recognized paradox in abiogenesis research.
We're not made up of UV radiation. We're made up of a highly ordered, entangled photonic plasma. It's not the same thing as random UV radiation.
UV radiation literally destroys.
So what?
Okay, you're suggesting that light binding is what was created life.
Yep.
When a fundamental component of
you have a force of expansion
destroys it if you don't have all of the necessary defense mechanisms.
That's such a that's like comical levels of misconstruction, right? That's like saying because this chemical reaction is this way and this other chemical reaction is that way, that contradicts chemistry.
So you're suggesting that without lipid bilayers that the UV radiation problem is not a problem?
I was saying that you're trying to equivocate between random radiation and a highly organized, entangled photon plasma, and that's not a fair comparison, is it?
So are you suggesting that light from the sun does not have UV radiation?
Are you suggesting that you can
answer the question?
You can use it? Are you suggesting that you can use a hammer to build a house and to destroy a house? Or are you suggesting that that's impossible?
I'm suggesting if you are smashing the hammer onto glass, you're never going to build a fucking house.
That's because you essentially don't believe the universe is intelligent.
No, actually, I think there's an intelligent agent that's necessary for life to exist and the universe. But
that's a subjective emotional attachment.
No, it's not. It's based on logic and reason.
Yes, it is.
You have literally just stated you tried to dodge the fact that
logic.
Okay, so are you suggesting that
and cherry picking?
Okay, so are you suggesting if you just go sit buck naked outside in Death Valley, that in the sun, that you are not eventually going to die?
Okay, consciousness is like inside our body.
I'm talking about a biological system.
From the outside.
Okay, are you suggesting that that consciousness immediately existed in the context of abiogenesis?
Yes.
So you're suggesting that the first RNA that formed was conscious?
The first self-replicating system, which necessitated a photonic waveform.
Okay, cool. So
consciousness.
So it's first self-replicating system. Okay, so we can't even get more than 20 nucleotide base pairs to bond without
but a light waveform which
action.
Is highly ordered, a light waveform which is highly ordered can.
No, this has literally been tested, and this is where the UV radiation problem comes into play, because it literally breaks it down.
UV is random, and human consciousness.
You're suggesting that UV radiation is not coming
ordered.
Into the sun.
You're trying to say that totally chaotic random signal is the same as highly ordered, precise, specific.
So you're saying that the sun was spewing off informational instructions that somehow aggregated RNA nucleotides into a functional sequence, self-replicating sequence. Is that what you're saying?
The information is latent in the universe.
So did it come in the form of UV radiation?
Well, I'm pretty sure it came in whatever the atmosphere was allowing to come in at the time. That's why life basically happened right away after the Earth was created, when there was water, because that created a situation where you could have self-replication because there was so much heat binded to the water from the moon.
Okay, so the water, you've got the water paradox and condensation reactions in relation to what's necessary for biology. That's not solved. That's why you need a lipid bilayer, both to account for the water paradox as well as the UV paradox. You can't form that just in the water.
You do realize that photons mediate chemical reactions too, right?
Yeah, and I also know they break them down.
But they also mediate them. They also build them up. Not every chemical reaction is destruction.
I'm aware of that. That's why they've been trying to do the whole wet dry cycle experiments, and they're failing miserably.
Well, it's probably because they're not accepting the way consciousness works, which is that it's a light waveform.
Okay,
they don't want to accept that.
Okay, so are you suggesting that the first cell which formed, which is recognized to need no less than about 380,000 nucleotide base pairs, all that have to be in specific sequence. You need no less than, I think it's 1,000 genes. And you have to have...
All you need is an entangled light waveform. All you need is an entangled light waveform.
What the fuck does an entangled light waveform? What does that mean in relation to biology?
It's the thing that orders your biology. It's the thing that tells the things in your body to do what they do.
Okay, so you're saying that this entangled light waveform created a ribosome?
Well, at first, it was self-created, right? Like the ribosomes and the light were there together, and then they bind it. So the light had the shape of the ribosome from the get-go. You're acting like they're inconsistent things. It's like, no, the light gives the shape to the ribosome.
Okay, so we can't even get 20 RNA nucleotides to bind without...
Because you're not using an entangled photonic waveform, it may not even be possible to construct such a thing.
So you're saying that just light beaming down
it's going into it. It's light reflecting into itself, right? So do you know what total internal reflection is?
Light reflecting into itself?
So you just imagine like a box with mirrors on the inside and a tiny hole, and you shine some light in it, and the light bounces off one mirror and then bounces off another mirror and then another mirror and another, and it never makes its way back out through the hole.
Okay, and where is this happening in terms of prebiotic environment?
Well, that's how life is formed. As soon as there's total internal refraction for the photon within the matrix of the living tissue,
the tissue doesn't exist. The tissue doesn't exist.
Yeah, it has to be there as a basic starting ingredient.
You don't have the starting ingredient. That's the point. You don't have the starting ingredient.
Yeah, it's the entangled photonic waveform, which can totally internally refract spontaneously based on density conditions.
How?
Because I just explained to you how total internal refraction works.
I heard your concept. I'm talking about how is that plausibly executed in the prebiotic environment? You can't just say, oh, it was internally reflected. How? In what medium?
Imagine a tiny cave with a lot of water and heat in it, and the stuff is just swirling around.
So you're stating that light never dissipated?
Exactly. It created the base.
Okay, hang on. So it bounced off something into a cave and then just kept going.
The cave is the biology. The
biology doesn't exist.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. The biology does not exist.
Okay, you want to say it doesn't exist. I'm saying it's a necessary condition for life to happen, whatever. What do you want me to say to that?
So are you stating that the ribosomes,
how the hell do you think
are you saying that
refracted?
Sorry, are you saying that the nucleic
how do you think the light was totally internally refracted?
So the nucleic acids, the amino acids, the ribose, all the sugars, everything that's necessary, the lipids, they all created themselves?
It happened when there was total internal refraction of a photon waveform.
But you just stated that in order for that to occur,
around those things.
Right. How did those things exist?
You can generate the amino acids through the basic creation functions. And you can also say, I have basic creation functions for matter. I am not letting those go public for reasons I think we both understand, but I can derive them from that. But you can also look that they found amino acids on comets. So
yeah, they're not
generate. They're very simple.
Yeah, I literally just interviewed a guy with an H index of 161, a chemist, on this exact topic. And there's so many problems with the very limited types of amino acids they found on comets. That shit's hilarious, by the way. It's a talking point that's spewed ad nauseum by idiots. I'm not saying you're an idiot. I'm saying it's spewed in publications and magazines and such. From a chemistry perspective, it's a joke.
If you can imagine a warm, mixed up substance consisting of a bunch of different elements, is it conceivable that an amino acid could form at some stage?
How do you separate those from the tar? There's a tar paradox. Are you familiar with the tar paradox?
I don't know about these fake things to deny the quantum consciousness that people have hallucinated out of their own insanity.
Okay, so these are observed experimental problems. Are you suggesting that everything we know about chemistry just doesn't exist?
Obviously, that would be stupid to say, wouldn't it?
Okay, then why are you suggesting that the tar paradox?
Are you suggesting that because they understood a few? Are you suggesting that because they understood a few things through chemistry, that implies that they know everything about causality now because they can use the periodic table to a limited extent?
No, I'm stating that if you are looking at the basics of how do you get the building blocks that you're talking about that can create your reflector, they're running into massive issues. They're not even okay.
It's the basis of chemistry that photons mediate chemical reactions. Photons mediate chemical reactions. If you have an excess of photons, where do they go?
Okay.
If you can't dissipate all your photons as heat, where do they go?
Okay. They aren't even trying to create the sugars because they're too complicated. This whole deal of oh, it's just going to happen. Okay. So do you know what relay synthesis is?
I know that All that can be predicted with a photonic waveform.
So you're suggesting that right now you can bounce some freaking light and you can synthesize all 20 amino acids. Actually, there were hundreds of amino acids, the 20 that we use.
I'm saying that no matter what spin you want to put on it, it doesn't translate to a creator God. That's not science. That's religion.
That's not science. Okay, so you're suggesting that I cannot ultimately determine that. So you think that God exists, but you think it's, and that's your religion, that God is the universe, but you don't think that an intelligent action of the God that is the universe could be necessary for life to exist.
I'm surprised you don't have an issue with that belief just based on the outcome of it and its implementation. What have been the outcomes of belief? What have been the outcomes of people believing in this type of God?
That has jack diddly freaking squat as to whether or not
the outcome of beliefs has nothing to do with the beliefs themselves.
What religions?
That's a lie.
No, religions mean nothing in relation to whether or not the agent is necessary. How humans have interpreted something has zero relation to whether or not the necessity of the agent is necessary, is there.
So even though believing in an unsubstantiated being led to tons of human suffering, you're not willing to let it go.
Okay, so you do realize you're now trying to dodge because I'm pinning you right now. So are you stating that we can
really not?
Are you stating that through forensics we cannot determine something?
What in the hell does that have to do with anything?
Oh, okay. So if you don't understand that, then wow. Okay, so what is happening in the principles of forensics? What are we trying to do?
Well, I understand that you like making straw men's and trying to get me to answer false dichotomies.
Okay,
you're not the first type of person I've met who's used this rhetorical strategy. I'm quite tired of it.
Okay, well, what's funny is that you keep thinking I'm using straw men, and you keep claiming that I'm using metaphors and analogies not being literal, and that just showcases your ignorance of the concepts and the topic.
Or your unhappiness of the fact that I've pointed it out, and your willingness to insult me over the fact that your arguments just aren't that strong and you know it.
Shall I share my screen and just pull up all the papers that defend my position?
All it does is make you look weak because you're doing an authority fallacy. Just because something is published doesn't make it true.
I understand that. So you're stating that your opinions absolutely negate both the logic that I've outlined, separate from
I think you're the one
as well as the ones who's substantiating my
logic.
Opinion. Okay, so
I'm saying that there's no valid argument in favor of a created universe.
Well, first, what I've been attempting to establish so far is that there is evidence of things that are necessary for the universe and for life to exist that in any other context would be forensic and evidence in favor of the actions of an intelligent agent being necessary prior to.
And I would just say you're trying to anthropomorphize God, and that's a dangerous road to go down, and eventually leads to insanity.
Okay, so
because God can't be God is not anthropomorphic.
Per your claim,
you're trying to say God is like me because I'm so important. It's like
actually, that's literally not what I'm stating.
That's why you always use these metaphors. Oh, did a 3D printout require an intelligent designer? Therefore, the universe has one. It's like that's literally the first argument I've ever heard in my life.
Okay, so do you even know how?
Do you even logic, bro?
Yeah, I've been logicking.
Well, you've been doing poor rhetorical techniques that would be described as
just sophistry. Because you don't or if you're claiming what I'm doing is sophistry when you don't even understand the arguments that are being made, then and accusing people of straw men.
This type of argument. I'm familiar with this type of argument.
Okay, so let's go back to it. Are you still claiming that the genetic code is figurative or literal? Which one?
It's not all the information associated with consciousness.
No, that's not what I asked. I asked, is it a code? Is it a code literally or figuratively? Which one?
Who's the decoder?
That's not what I asked. I asked whether it is a code, whether it's literal or figurative. Which one?
Whether it's a code depends on who the decoder is.
No. What? No.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Every single question's answer depends on axioms.
No, God. Okay. Whether or not something can fulfill what a code is, you don't have to know who the coder was.
Oh yeah, you could just make all sorts of assumptions in order to justify your extant bias.
Are you stating that for something to be a code, you must know who the coder was?
It's not really defined otherwise. There's specific terms that have specific definitions that apply to specific domains. They cannot therefore be used to infer
you don't know
things about the
jack
universe.
Squat about information communication theory, do you?
I know enough about it.
So you're stating that unless you know who the coder was, something is not a code. Is that your position?
Whether something is a code does depend on who the coder and receiver is.
Not
and coder and decoder are, yes.
Right. I'm not suggesting that you wouldn't necessarily have an encoder that was necessary. I'm asking whether or not something is a code. Do you have to know who the coder was?
Whether DNA is a code.
I didn't ask a DNA code. I asked about a code in general.
Yeah, it does depend on who the coder was.
No, not in order.
Aren't all defined.
Oh God. Okay. Are you suggesting there are not recognized, formally accepted concepts of what a code is?
I'm sure there are, but do they make all the predictions? Oh, does their model give an explanation of the universe? Or does it just create more confusion?
Oh God. Okay. I'm gonna share my screen.
I mean, ultimately, people are just going to go with whatever they want. People don't make these decisions based on logic.
You can accept my screen share?
Oh, I didn't know I had to. All right. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So what is a code? A system of rules to convert information such as a letter, word, sound, symbol, or impulse into another form, sometimes shortened or secret, for communication through a communication channel or storage in a storage medium. This is formally recognized from textbook. Do you agree or disagree?
And what type of information are we dealing with?
We're talking about what is a code.
No, part of the definition of code is
such as a letter.
So I need to know what type.
It's literally in the definition. A system of rules to convert information such as a letter, word, sound, symbol, or impulse into another form.
How is the information stored?
Okay. Literally as a letter, word, sound, symbol, or impulse.
So on a computer, I guess is what you're trying to say.
No, it can be any fucking medium.
Any medium. So every medium behaves exactly the same?
No, the code can be stored in... Okay, oh my God. Do you agree or disagree that this is the definition of code? Formally recognized definition.
I'm not going to disagree with that, but I'm not going to then endorse the definition as correct.
Okay, so let's look at what's required to create a code. Okay. So, in information theory and computer science, a code is usually considered an algorithm that uniquely represents symbols from some source alphabet by encoded strings, which may be in some other target alphabet. An extension of the code for representing sequences of symbols over the source alphabet is obtained by concatenating the encoded strings. Then you have the source alphabet, then you have the target alphabet, and then you have the medium. Now, the medium can be a radio signal, it can be a piece of paper, it can be it can be DNA containing it in the genetic code of it. Like, this is not rocket science here. This is very basic principles.
Then how come they don't have a unified field model of fuck all? If it's so simple.
What is an alphabet? In formal language theory, a string is defined as a finite sequence of members of an underlying base set. This set.
Okay, I've got a question. I've got a question here. Can the encoder be the same substance as the decoder?
Can the encoder be the same substance as the decoder? Well, you got the source. The encoder, substance is relative as to what's actually doing the process, how you formalize. But, well, are you talking about the encoding from the source into the channel, or are you talking about the original?
I'm asking you, how can you be so sure every single thing is based on a code, source, and receiver? And a signal.
In terms of communication,
this doesn't apply to everything. It applies to certain forms of information.
In terms of communication, okay, all right. So let's get into mapping. So let's look.
You're not acknowledging my point, right? So I feel like you're not addressing any of my points. You're just trying to push back with.
Okay, so in communication systems, everything that I'm talking about is formally recognized.
What the fuck do I care about that? I just said, where's the unified field model?
Because life is ultimately dependent upon a communication system.
Says you.
No, says you. Fucking everybody in biology.
Oh wow! Ad populum fallacy.
So you're suggesting?
I'm talking about evaluating.
Are you suggesting that DNA transcription, translation, and elongation is not a communication system?
Definitely, it is.
Okay, then why the fuck are you denying? Then why are you? What was the point of your counterpoint there?
Way.
So you're
This is not how communication systems work. This is not how communication systems work. This is how parallel processor computers work. You're then extrapolating that to say the universe is a parallel processor. I'm saying it's an integrated processor.
I'm talking about a biological system. Okay, so language theory definition of code. Let S and T be two finite sets called the source and target alphabets, respectively. A code C, S to T, is a total function mapping each symbol from S to a sequence of symbols over T, and the extension of C to homomorphism of S into T, which naturally maps each sequence of source symbols to a sequence of target symbols, is referred to as its extension. Okay, so this is what I was asking you earlier about codons, amino acids, ASCII, binary. I mean, all the value assignments, whether or not they're arbitrary. This is the whole freaking point. This is what is required for life to exist. All source and target alphabets. This is recognized. Oh, it says me. Okay. Well, let's just skip ahead then. If you're going to say it's just me. By the way, here's ASCII. Okay.
I'm saying evaluate the arguments on their merits. Don't straw man.
All right. So information theory, evolution, and the origin of life. Cambridge University Press, 2005. Information, transcription, translation, code, redundancy, synonymous, messenger, editing, and proofreading are all appropriate terms in biology. They take their meaning from information theory, Shannon, 1948, and are not synonyms, metaphors, or analogies. All right. Let's continue on here. Okay, so here we go. We got binary to genetic code table. Wow, that's amazing. Then you can get into programming languages. You can get into two genetic codes, repetitive syntax for active non-coding RNAs, non-repetitive syntax for the DNA archives. I mean, this stuff gets freaking, it's nuts. The details, you can get into this. Let's just go, where's that one which completely annihilates your whole talking point? Okay. The second canonical model was the coevolution theory proposed by Wang, 1975-1981, according to which the genetic code co-evolved with the biochemical pathways that introduce new amino acids in protein synthesis. Both theories imply that the rules of the genetic code are chemically determined and no arbitrariness exists in them. It has taken a long time and much experimental work to overturn this conclusion, but eventually it has been shown that there is no deterministic link between codons and amino acids because any codon can be associated with any amino acid. And lists off all the experiments. This means that the rules of the genetic code do not descend from chemical necessity, and in this sense, they are arbitrary. Today, in other words, we have the experimental evidence that the genetic code is a real code, a code that is compatible with the laws of physics and chemistry, but is not dictated by them. Our problem, therefore, is to take stock of this reality and to account for it. And this goes on. I can continue on with this. On and on.
And you won't be able to account for it until you accept that it's a photon waveform that's entangled that causes life.
So you're suggesting that this entangled light waveform is assigning immaterial information values to.
It contains the information. Light is the thing that holds the information.
It holds the immaterial information.
Well, information comes from the immaterial.
So how is this immaterial information being assigned to arbitrary code bases?
Through the measurement limit, 3 + 1. It's not a coincidence that it folds in 3 dimensions because 3 is the maximum number of dimensions. So you're looking at a type packed, basically a system that's going to use every possible pathway of computation, not a shitty man-made computer that can only use parallel processors and string them together into monstrosity to think that that somehow equals the universe. Well, your model's wrong. So it's not going to converge to the universe.
Okay, so it's recognized that the nucleotide base pairs have no reason to bind in specific
except
sequences.
an entangled photon waveform.
So you're suggesting that somehow things that surpass the total...
No, the light waveform is the thing that has the information in it, and all the information in the body is not independent of the information in the mind. It is caused by what the mind does.
The mind didn't exist per your model.
A photon became totally internally reflected into some...
Just stated it from.
Arbitrary. What's arbitrary is the codes and all this other...
Or not. Three-dimensional structure.
3 + 1 tells you how much can fit into a particular area and still be stable, because the matter is basically...
But that has nothing to do with the meaning.
Try to find the minimum energy state, and life is the minimum energy state.
That has nothing to do with the information being contained in the shape.
Well, the information is... You haven't defined information, right? So
the meaning of it, the semantic
no meaning.
To a piece of paper had it written on that information that's encoded probably several hundred times between me saying it and it reaching your ears, in all those different mediums, is not changing form. You're saying all the words that are coming out of my mouth right now, rather than have to use just one.
All I can do is imagine what you're the one who doesn't understand communication theory, right?
Really?
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
I've literally been quoting from established papers on like the fundamentals of communication theory.
You really think that's going to convince me?
So you're suggesting that
no, I imagine that a lot of
people letter with a piece of paper.
The decoder is the same thing.
A sound wave.
Why don't you just answer the question that I just...
Material meaning of the word is dependent on the medium itself.
The interpretation of words is dependent on the person.
And
I'm...
yeah. Yes.
First, that's all pre-encoded. How old is a sphere?
Well, it has zero bearing.
Did it always exist? Did it always exist?
Is it not your position? Is it not your position that the universe is always existing? That literally everything is... You already said that. So are you suggesting...
A sphere is predetermined. You can't... What a sphere is. Nobody can.
What the fuck does the sphere have to do with the immaterial meaning?
Everything.
Semantic meaning.
Everything.
So you're saying that the sphere has everything to do with the semantic, immaterial semantic meaning of information.
Those terms don't start to exist until several steps down the line of life itself exists.
A rootness functional information, not raw Shannon information.
Not all functional information.
How many times do I have to delineate this?
You're the one who doesn't understand.
Okay. Well,
you are blabbing and scared.
I would prefer for you to not try and dodge every question I ask you and then redefine.
That's correct.
Hang on. So you just said I wasn't asking. You just said I wasn't asking anything.
You're binary. Why are you posing every question as a binary? It's like, I know what leading questions are. I'm not stupid. You can't trick me.
You know what I'm talking about?
Provable.
So you're
stating, don't make any predictions.
So the positions that I am putting forth.
Fine.
Okay. Well, whether or not you change your mind doesn't negate whether the foundational premises that are being put forth are valid.
Shannon information applies to parallel processor, transistor-based computers.
No, Shannon information is not limited to that.
That's my opinion.
That's how it's been applied. That's how it's been applied.
If you want to then apply it to something else,
are you actually okay?
Computers?
Yeah. What the fuck do you think bioinformatics is? What do you think bioinformatics is? Wow, you know nothing about biology, do you?
I can predict evolution using my models, so I've got one up on everybody else. I can disprove evolution by natural selection, and I can give you the right model.
Well, I'm glad you can disprove evolution by natural selection. That's awesome. How many functional bits are necessary for like the most simplistic universal protein?
3 + 1.
263. How many?
That says you, right?
Given
the degree of redundancy.
You don't know that. Okay, so are you stating you don't
know what the symmetries and the redundancies are in the signal because you don't know anything about the photon waveform and its resonance symmetry?
Okay, so are you suggesting that the the formula for determining functional bits, are you stating that the recognized formula is incorrect?
Oh my God. Am I stating that the recognized? Look at what all these pencil necks said. They must be right because then that means maybe God's real. It's like
no, okay. No, actually, the guys who came up with the functional bit formula
let me guess, they were atheists who ended up somehow having the exact same metaphysics.
No, actually, I think one's an agnostic and the other one's atheist. I'm not sure, but I know they're not Christians, or religious in general. But are you stating that from an information theory, from a mathematical perspective, are you suggesting that given the possible options, you cannot have a mathematical formula to determine what is the functional bits that are necessary for a sequence?
You need to commit to a definition of originator, signal, and receiver before you can generalize those theories. Because not everything functions on that premise. Sometimes it's integrated, i.e. a photon waveform integrated with a fermion waveform.
Okay.
Which allows for it to self-reduce.
Okay, let's think about this. In order for this information to be encoded into the light waveform, does it have to have a fucking syntax?
Yeah. 3 + 1.
Okay. Okay, so if there's a syntax, is that like a fundamental component of code?
Well, is there a code to the universe, right? That's the question. There may not be a code to the universe, right?
So would there have to be functional bits in this information that's encoded?
Again, it's like this only applies to computers. Like,
no, it does not function. Okay. Oh my God. You do realize that functional bits
would establish
would functional bits
anywhere other than
apply to a safe? Would functional bit apply to a safe code? Yes or no?
So what's a bit?
Okay, you're claiming to know all this stuff. A bit is the smallest component of information, but each one of the numbers in the code, right, of a safe, and if you got like say 1 in 10, or you have 10 options, just extrapolate this math out. Now let's say you can get them close, and like maybe one, if you're within one number, then you add 3 possibilities, right? Extrapolate out your formulas again, and you ultimately derive what the total possible functional bits would be necessary in order to execute that functional sequence. Which in this context,
how much redundancy is there?
Okay. Can you determine how many possibilities you have, functional bits, would execute the function of opening the safe? Yes or no?
Okay, I have no clue what this is relating to. You're trying to analogize nature.
I am literally not analogizing
nature. Fair analogy.
You claimed okay, right now I'm literally now applying it to a safe code. Are you stating that a mechanical safe code cannot have bits of information directly derived from the numbers that must be assigned to open the safe? There's no computer involved here. We're talking about a mechanical
All right,
component.
So now we've got computers and a lock safe. Okay, so that's great. We can extend it to that set. That doesn't mean it applies to anything else.
Okay, so can we store information? Can we, as humans, can I store a movie in a DNA sequence?
I have no idea. I suppose if it was long enough, you could.
I can, yes.
I don't know that you can make that. I don't really think you can make DNA sequences.
Okay,
you can speculate about them. You can hypothesize about them.
It's already being done.
That's wonderful. That doesn't prove anything.
Okay, so it's code. You can encrypt. It's a quaternary. Okay, it's okay. The genetic code is a quaternary base code. Okay, our systems use binary. DNA is quaternary. We've written scripts to translate binary into quaternary and back. So we're already storing this. When I said I interviewed one of the top chemists in the world, I did. And one of his companies, one of his like 14 companies, it literally has a contract with DARPA and they are a department of Cambridge University.
That means that I'm wrong?
No, we're talking about whether or not there is functional data and that's being encoded in something other than computer systems in terms of what I was showing you, idiom.
Mm-hmm. The kernel. What would its dimensionality be?
A basis.
How many orthogonal vectors do I need to map vector space? You're assuming there's no redundancy within the information. I'm saying it's nothing but redundancy. Saying that you are identifying a bunch of things as separate pieces of information, which are not actually separate pieces of information.
What am I defining as separate pieces of information? What the hell are you talking about?
We're talking about what it means to encode something. And there's something called redundancy.
Yeah. Use syntax and multiplex equal amino acids. Well, what we're now finding out is, oh, wait, yes, it equals the same thing. However, just like with a 3D print script, the variable redundancies of the codons actually
the X, Y, and Z elements. That's because you're somehow switching it with a signal and then the information
text the
more information than actually is there.
What the? Okay, did you say that the link?
Yeah, it does matter.
Like the actual space of it, or are you talking about the data itself?
You're assuming there's a difference, right?
So what
the relevance of this to the overall conversation?
You're making some strong assertions here. So what is a codon?
I'm making reasonable
What is a codon?
assertions.
This is some very basic stuff. What is a codon?
I'm making some very basic assertions about how an entangled light form can.
You don't even know what you're
very complicated molecules, very complex molecules due to the amount of information
you're claiming that your entangled photon wave or whatever can somehow create this. What is it creating? What is a codon?
The waveform is telling the molecules how to arrange themselves.
The waveform is okay, so it's telling them how to
there's proof
contain semantic information. Is that correct?
There's proof. There's proof.
I agree with you. We're not in contradiction there.
And that is the consciousness.
I'm talking about the root necessities for life to exist.
Light
prior to these complete systems that you're now talking about, right? You're claiming, are you claiming that before they existed?
You're just not seeing the idea here. Now, how did I say that? How is the relevance of that to the overall conversation?
You talked about redundancy. You asked me about redundancies over and over again. I talked about the 64 codons. I explained about the redundancy in the genetic code. Then you tried to talk about the
light waveform does it all. You're like, sure.
So you don't even know how this, not explaining how this information is executed. That's contained inside your waveform.
Yeah, the auto reduction of the photonic waveform, which is enabled by, which I told you twice, and I was going to ask you, how does the photon bind to the fermion? I told you twice. Do you remember? No.
All you've been doing is dodging
because you haven't been fucking listening. I've
been listening to you dodge like a wild one. This is hilarious.
Internal reflection is what binds the light.
So sidebar. Oh, your internal reflection. Yeah, you went on about that for like 30 freaking minutes, and you depended upon things that don't yet fucking exist. And you forgot
about it.
No, I have not. Actually, I kind of.
You're not actually after knowledge here.
Actually, I am. Hey, woman! I literally pointed out that the things that you're dependent upon don't exist yet. You're claiming that they just popped into existence, but they were dependent upon what you claimed already happened for them to exist per your own model. Your thing had to exist and needed them to exist before it happened. So that's called a paradox, just like the UV light paradox.
To show how little you know.
Are you suggesting that the recognized issues with abiogenesis, not just by me, I'm not making these things
their
up.
Own ignorance? Yes.
So you're stating that all the guys who are doing the research are the ones that are ignorant, who are like recognizing these paradoxes.
Coming up with, If all they're coming up with are paradoxes, and there are no true paradoxes in a truly logical universe, which we do indeed inhabit, yeah, they're not trying very hard.
Oh, this is too good. Okay. So do you know what a codon is?
You remember the last time you asked me that question? What did I say?
So you still don't know, do you?
Do you remember what I asked you last time? You asked me that idiot bad faith question. I already told you the answer is that the light form is the thing that mediates it. It magnetizes it.
How does
because
it form?
It's entangled, you half-wit.
How does it create? Okay,
the body has a lot of processes.
The body doesn't exist
the body
yet.
Has a lot of processes.
The body doesn't fucking exist. How before the body exists does it get expressed?
I told you total internal refraction builds on itself and eventually refracts more complex things.
The necessities that you talked about don't fucking exist yet. How do
total internal refraction doesn't exist? I'm saying, yeah, it does. It's well established. And that's what's happening to the photons. And they're just going in more and more and building up.
Okay. If the nucleic acids don't exist, the sugars don't exist, how does your little
amino acids?
They're not homochiral, chiral induced spin selectivity. We have to have this. This is recognized. We have to have this.
That's because of the magnetism of the light form.
So you're just like hypothetical light form is going to solve.
There's preferred states, right? There's preferred states. I do.
And
they have lower or higher energy, and the preferred states are the lower energy ones.
And are you stating that you have solved the homochirality problem?
I don't know. Are you? I don't want to. This is why I don't want to get into these conversations. You already have this rigid metaphysics. You have this rigid
metaphysics. This is not metaphysics. This is not metaphysics.
Strategy. You have this aggressive rhetorical strategy. It just really turns me off.
I was actually being very.
You got to try to.
Okay, so are you suggesting? Have you solved the homochirality problem? Hey, listen. You claimed that you have a light form problem, or your light wave form can solve the problem through the reflection, and that the amino acid is going to be, happen. How do you solve the homochirality problem?
I think I'm a bit tired to go into this whole. I've never even heard of this problem. I don't tend to listen to people I consider worthless.
So left-handed,
but the handedness, the preference of handedness is because one is at a higher vibrational frequency than the other, and so the minimum energy solution is preferred. Why? Because that's what fucking physics has told us since forever by the least action principle. That's
so are you suggesting that up until 2021, when supposedly what you just said, that's just the answer, then if that's the answer, why the fuck can't they solve the homochirality problem?
You'd have to ask them. I mean, you're asking me to speculate on the state of mind of people who maybe haven't even thought about this question.
You literally just claimed to have had the answer based on the energy state and the vibration.
Because it's an electromagnetic field. It has a preferred magnetism because it can't
have. Okay. So in the relation to the chiral induced spin selectivity that is necessary in order for there not to be complete and utter annihilation of the energy transfer, and for biological systems to exist, and for the pH balances to be maintained. We now know this. You have to have this solved. You have to have homochirality solved from the beginning.
Okay.
You don't it has to be.
I predicted redshifting, so I think I'm already ahead of most people.
How old are you?
That's not very polite to ask, is it?
Well, redshifting's been around since 1920 or whatever. So what do you mean you predict?
But it's never been predicted. I can give a model that predicts it, and
it's already identified. So what are you predicting?
It.
Okay, so the thing that was hang on. So the thing that was already predicted and already discovered.
It's not predicted.
Redshift? You talking about redshift of galaxies and such?
Just because someone observed something doesn't mean that they predicted it. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, but they had noticed. I'm pretty sure that Hubble had noticed expansion on the plates based on the differences in location of things. Then fast forward from there, they were able to determine the redshift and actually visualize it.
But why is there a redshift? I know the answer to that, and they don't.
Well, so you're stating that the expansion of the universe is not the cause of the redshift?
Well, what's the cause of the expansion of the universe? It's not actually the universe, it's the solar system, or the galaxy, sorry. Galaxies are what cause redshifting, not universes.
Okay, so the redshift is being caused by the position change of the source of the light, correct?
No. It's because new space. It's because new space is being generated all the time in the center.
Okay. Is the distance change by what you're talking about, which is the expansion of the universe? That's what's causing the redshift?
No, it's quantum state exclusion in the center of the galaxies. Which creates space, which creates farther distance.
Hang on. So you're stating that the space is being generated inside of the galaxies?
Yep. That's why they're moving fast. That's why they're moving faster on the outside, because they were all excluded from the same region. And the velocity is additive, which is why you can have higher velocities than even light speed, and that doesn't break any laws.
I'm aware of the acceleration of the expansion. We're going back to what is causing the actual showcase, like redshift. It's distance, correct? Distance change.
My model tells you why, as the distance increases from the center, the speed increases. Even to pass light speed, which should be impossible, right? Because you can't accelerate something to light speed, but these weren't accelerated to pass light speed. They were excluded, which doesn't violate the laws of physics, because it's a different mechanism. It's quantum state exclusion that's generating the new space. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. And as far as the biological problems, I'd like to leave that to other people a little bit, because I think they'd probably have more fun with it. But I'm more than happy to show them how to solve the problems.
So you have answers to all these things.
You have to phrase a question correctly to get the correct answer. Because if you axiomatize something that's incorrect or partially incorrect, and you don't know what the axioms of the universe are, right? So you gotta make your axioms not contradict the axioms of the universe somehow. And when you start adding these more complex structures on top of it, like code and information, it becomes difficult, because your definitions of those words, if you haven't axiomatized your approach to understanding the universe correctly, you're going to get contradictions when you go to these more abstract things.
So you're stating that your entangled light form isn't axiomatic.
That's not axiomatic. No, my axioms are that photons and protons and electrons and neutrons exist. And the entangled photon waveform in life, that's just something I was able to deduce through the knowledge I already had, and plus all the scientific research I had access to. Not all of which was drawing the right conclusions.
So in your little research that you've done here to ultimately derive your entangled light form, which you claim contains the information, how did you determine the syntax in which that information is encoded?
I figured it had to be. I didn't actually attempt to solve that, because that's a question that is like the interface between the photonic and the fermionic, and I wouldn't know how to measure it. So I want to go and figure things out that are easier to measure, and the stuff that's hard to measure, like I'm not even,
So there is a
syntax?
So are you? Well, if there was information, then it must have a syntax. If it's actually encoded information, it must have syntax.
Well, so I think for me, what's happening is like there's two different kinds of information that I'm having trouble distinguishing in this conversation, because there's like the geometry of the system and then the signal in the system. And then the signal in the system can create things like syntax, but until you're in the system, I don't know if syntax is actually defined. because it's like a question of
right. But you're claiming that the information that ultimately gets transferred per your model from the entangled light form into a DNA sequence, as an example. You're claiming that information was already in existence in the entangled light form. So
because that's what physics predicts, because physics is the least energy, so light weighs less than, like, it would take a lot more energy to store that information in mass, because mass has so much inertia. So nature's going to take
but semantic information is immaterial.
Is it?
The medium.
I'm just not sure. I'm not sure on what basis.
The medium can have mass. It does not. The semantic information itself does not.
That's right, but we could encode information in mass, but that would take more energy than it would take to encode it in light, because light weighs less. So the physics.
Hang on. If I use a laser to transmit, if I use a laser to encode information, transmit it, and then decode it, and then print it, whether or not I did it through a laser, which, while it's in a light wave form, is not going to have mass, has no bearing on what happens after I translate it and then express it into a different medium. It still has to be encoded, whether or not it was in light as a transmission mechanism or not.
Yeah, so I guess it's encoded in light, and the information passes within the light, because light is always moving, right? It's just constricted to a body, so it's moving within itself, and it can waveform reduce itself because it's restricted to a particular geometry. So at what point does syntax come into that? It's like, I'm not really sure what you mean, because I'm just describing a physical process.
So if I transmit information via a laser, does the syntax of the information that I am transmitting have to be encoded in that light of the laser?
I don't even know what you're asking here. What is the information? The laser? The signal in the laser?
No. Okay. So I am going to use a laser. Okay. So are you familiar with Li-Fi? L-I-F-I?
No, I don't know any of this stuff, because I consider this domain to be worthless, essentially. I'm sorry, but you haven't really convinced me otherwise.
Okay, so Li-Fi, so Wi-Fi, right? Router using radio signals, right? Li-Fi is new technology that's been developed where you can basically create the equivalent of a Wi-Fi router out of a freaking light bulb. You put it in there, and it can use literally light to send the signals between your devices and back out onto the internet. So you're watching Netflix, and the signal is being encoded into literal light and being broadcast to your computer from a freaking light bulb that's getting the information transmitted to it from another source, right? It's now on your computer. Now you decide to do a screenshot, and then you print out a screenshot of the freaking Game of Thrones or whatever you're watching on your computer. It's now on a physical piece of paper. That information, the same information that is whatever you screenshotted and were watching as a video on your computer and had been transmitted there via a light wave, did the light wave that sent it to your computer and then ultimately was that picture was printed out, is it the exact same information that was just encoded in a different medium at each step of the process?
Depends if you mean information is an intrinsic property of matter, or if it's metadata about matter.
I'm talking about the literal information that was the freaking episode of Game of Thrones.
Well, that exists in the immaterial realm.
Well, what if it was
were plucked out of the immaterial realm? They were committed to a book.
Well, what? Okay, and so is the information when it was in a paperback? Was it in a physical medium at that point?
Obviously, there was a book written, but the origin of the story was the immaterial.
Okay. So no. I'm talking about the actual information that's being encoded. Okay, and now being expressed.
The encoded information is the stuff in the superphysical, the immaterial.
Okay, so if the information is being sent via a light wave from a Li-Fi router or from a normal Wi-Fi as a radio signal, or through an Ethernet cable, is it all being coded regardless of the medium being used to transmit it?
You're confusing between compressed and encoded. Just because a compression happens doesn't mean there's an encoding.
Whoa, fuck. Okay. You're stating that there is, in telecommunication, are you suggesting that there is not multiple encode, message, and decode processes that are happening to get an email from your inbox
Absolutely.
to mine?
And the information that was transmitted exists 100% in the immaterial realm. And then we have the material correlates of the immaterial information, which contain a great degree of redundancy, which are the words themselves.
Oh my God. Okay. I got it. You're missing the point. So can the information be immaterial when it's in a radio wave or in like in light?
That's not the information. That's a compressed version of the information.
Okay. While the number of bits can be compressed, it is still encoded.
Again, a computer is not a metaphor for the universe. I don't know how many fucking times I tell you that.
I don't know how many fucking times I have to tell you when it comes to information and the medium it's transmitting it.
Yeah, you want to generalize it because you put this, word on it that makes it sound smart. It's like you want to. I want to generalize computers to consciousness.
I'm not talking.
You're not going to succeed.
I'm literally not doing that. We're talking about basic information communication principles.
And you're implying a bunch of things about the metaphysical structure.
I'm not implying jack diddly squat. Go to
your entire metaphysics. You're implying that.
Have you ever had a conversation with a information or communication specialist?
I guess I'm having one right now.
Okay, would you go?
I used to work in a domain that had to do with compression and analysis.
Awesome. And the fact that you don't know this shit is just indicative of what really blew my mind when I got involved.
Or maybe I just know these things better than you, and you're afraid of the fact that I have better answers.
Well, obviously you don't. If you don't even recognize it. If you don't recognize this shit,
you don't have a unified. You don't have a unified field model. You have fuck all. You have nothing but paradoxes.
Listen. Your unified field model.
I'm doing pretty good.
Your unified field model is dumb as fuck if you don't understand the basics of what's necessary for it to be plausible.
I didn't realize you were the judge and jury of what makes a good unified field model.
Are you?
On what do you base this authority?
Is your unified field model dependent on the entangled light form or photon form, whatever you call it?
That's a prediction of the model.
Is it dependent upon it?
Are predictions dependent on hypotheses?
Just answer the question. Is your model dependent upon the entangled light form?
Well, what are you asking exactly? It predicts it. That's the correct word.
Is it dependent? If it's false, does your model fail?
It's a prediction of my model, so you can't disprove it.
If your prediction is false, is your model failure?
Yeah, if you could somehow prove that consciousness isn't derived from the electromagnetic field of the body, then you might be able to prove me wrong, but you're not going to succeed.
No, I didn't ask you about that. I asked you about the information in terms of how life came to be per what we've been arguing about. You claimed that information all came from an entangled light form, correct?
I said that there's one bit of information in the entire universe, and it's 3 + 1. And then you really wanted to call data information. And so I said, okay, I'll play ball with your stupid ass definition and say that the light waveform holds information, which is really just structural data, which is ultimately derived from the measurement limit. But we can leave that aside.
So you're stating that is the syntax. Is that correct?
Syntax for what?
For the encoded information that's necessary to be transferred.
You're implying that an encoding took place.
Supposedly being communicated into is encoded information. Are you stating that there was no translation process necessary?
I explained to you the entire process. The centralization of the waveform around biological matter. As long as total internal refraction happens, there will continue to be more and more light that comes in through the same pathway that the original light came in.
I get all of that, but how
the organism ultimately feeds itself?
The organism doesn't exist.
It's starting to exist, but you want to put, you want to stop it. I'm showing you how evolution works.
Okay,
you don't want to accept it.
You keep claiming that. Oh well, are you saying that organisms don't have electromagnetic field? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that with inorganic material does not.
Says you.
Says every observed fucking experiment.
And they can't recreate life, so what do they know? They believe in evolution by natural selection, which can easily be falsified.
I agree with you.
So they believe in one false thing, so why wouldn't I just dismiss everything they say if they have such poor judgment as to believe one false thing that pretty much dominoes the rest of their beliefs, doesn't it?
Oh, no, I agree with you that their standard talking points are collapsing. The point I'm making is all the evidence is showing that it is not plausible to occur without the direct actions of an intelligent agent.
Well, if you deny how consciousness works and you want to hallucinate something extra universal, that's on you.
How am I
to wonder why you'd want to do that?
How am I denying how consciousness works?
Well, you're not agreeing with every fucking word I say, so start there.
So if I don't agree with everything you're saying, then I must be wrong. Is that what you just said?
If I'm right and you don't agree with me, that does mean you're wrong. And
okay,
it's my theory.
So do you even so how is the information that we are currently communicating to each other, how is that being expressed inside of our brains right
now? Okay, so the archetypes exist, they're embedded in the universe. So if I think
no, I'm talking about a biological system. How is the information
I'm explaining it to you. I need to give you the whole explanation, so why don't you be patient and I'll get through the whole explanation. You want to know how the signal goes, right? What's being encoded? Okay, so there's all these archetypes in the metaphysical realm, and I'll think of an apple. So the apple always existed, and I just decided to think of it. So I'm putting energy into the state of apple. And then my mind is rendering not an apple, but a simulation of an apple, its own rendition of an apple. And then my mouth is saying apple. And then you are hearing it through the computer and recognizing the same archetype. So where's the information in that?
Holy
It's not information,
shit.
It's a signal. It's a signal. It's
oh my god. It's encoded information
is intrinsic.
Oh my god, it's encoded information that is being transmitted via signal. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is so basic.
It's really not, because you don't have the answers, so you can
on the molecular
Your
level.
answer is was conveyed via a signal. The total information content of the universe hasn't changed.
Did you and I both have to have understanding and knowledge of the source and target alphabets that you used to transmit that information?
Obviously, a signal being properly conveyed has to do with coherence, right?
I asked about coherence. I said it has to be. Does it have to be encoded? And do I have to understand? Do I, as the decoder, do I have to understand the alphabet that you use to transmit that information?
Obviously.
Okay. So if I didn't understand it, would I know what the fuck you said?
Well, if you did understand it, you may not understand what I said.
No, I said if I didn't understand the alphabet, would I understand what you said?
No, I don't know what the fuck the point of this idiotic train of logic is. What's your point? You're trying to say God did it. No, God didn't.
No, I'm talking about knowledge. Okay, so you claim that the universe is God, but you don't want to. You want to be like talk some stupid shit about like you just think you want to go for God of the gaps when you argue that the universe is God. So why are you going for God of the gaps? Because ultimately, I would say that you're going for the ultimate God of the gaps because God is just the universe and didn't actually do anything. So
your argument is
why would you even say that
genetics are so complicated? You're saying because genetics are complicated, therefore God. That's what you're saying.
That's not even remotely what I've talked about. You don't understand the basics of communication theory or coding or programming.
You're trying to use a quasi-legitimate science to justify a intelligent, creative entity.
Okay, what's quasi about what I'm talking about?
It's not considered a hard science.
What isn't?
What you're describing here, this computer science stuff, is considered to apply only to computers.
Genetic programming is not considered a hard science?
Just because you've convinced yourself that you've managed to translate some code into something meaningful.
No, not me. Not me. I'm not talking about me. Are you stating that are you suggesting that the IPO of Ginkgo Bio, whatever that company is, of 17.5 billion that just happened, are you suggesting that they are not a genetic programming company?
Are you suggesting that this argument is going to hold water with me?
Not if you're ignorant. Are you claiming that? Are you claiming that genetic programming is not literal?
That still doesn't mean God did it.
That's not what I asked. Are you claiming that it is not literal?
They're claiming to represent information in a genetic code, and I'm saying fine. No one's saying you can't encode information in matter, but that doesn't speak to the general structure of the universe, and never will. Because you can't solve the problem.
A minute ago, you just said it's not real. A minute ago, you just said it's not real science, and nobody's actually looking at this as code. So therefore, it's not science, even though it's quantifiable
to physics. Computers aren't. Seems like you are, though, because you keep invoking signals being transferred.
Okay, so are you suggesting that just because at the time we didn't realize the macro implications and implementation?
I'm saying you haven't established. What do they have to show for it?
What do you think bioinformatics is? Are you suggesting that bioinformatics is not actually real science?
Well, what have they produced of value?
They're literally doing synthetic biology.
That's through programming.
Through programming. Okay, you realize we've written computer code, like languages that literally translate directly into genetic code? That we should be applying information theory. Because it was originally for computers. No, it's
actually, if you want to generalize it, if you want to generalize it, you have to apply it properly, and right now you're not applying it properly.
So are you suggesting that error correction codes, for example, are not necessary for information transfer in compression and transmission of encode, transmit, decode, whether it be compressed, decompressed, lossy, lossless, whatever? Do you have to have error correction codes?
Define code.
I've already defined code earlier. Do I need to pull it up again and read it to you very slowly once more?
Define it in a context that isn't unique to computers.
English.
That's not definition for the word code. That's the language that we're speaking.
The English alphabet is a code.
That's an example, not a definition.
Okay, it is the symbols. It can be impulses. It can be shapes that have
symbols, impulses, and shapes don't all behave the same way. So you cannot generalize their behavior this way.
Okay, hang on.
You want to generalize, and you cannot because they have different behavior.
Okay, code is source to target. Source alphabet to target. Code mapping that is being done to transmit information. Okay.
And what if something is self-encoded?
Okay, so what?
What if something's self-encoded?
Nothing is self-encoded.
How do you know?
There is zero observed self-encoding. That has been executed
except for the whole mind-body thing.
Okay.
That's an example of self-encoding, isn't it?
No, the code exists.
Oh yeah, sure. It says someone who produces nothing but confusion.
So you're stating that the code that is in your brain, the information that's encoded in your brain right now, which, by the way, they're quantifying and mapping out the cognition.
I'm saying that self-encoding minimizes the energy.
By the way,
Self-encoding minimizes energy.
Okay, so for self-encoding, do you have to have an encoding mechanism?
Yeah, it's called total internal refraction.
Total internal refraction does not create the code originally.
Says you.
It isn't. What you're talking about is not observed. It has never been observed to create code.
What you're talking about is
what you're talking about has never been. Okay, really? If it has been, because there are literally thousands of teams in universities across the world and private labs attempting to win the $10 million.
How many times are you going to make? How many times are you going to make this fallacy?
To create this biological code?
Good for them.
So you claimed that your model has already been accomplished and proven. Well, if it has, why is the prize still up for grabs?
I assume, based on the productions of big science, that they don't care about what is actually true. So why would I give my theory to people who I know hate the truth based on their actions?
Okay, so you do realize that it's recognized if you're able to create an emergent code, that you would have solved the single greatest information processing problem of all time, because you would be able, and you would be probably the richest person in the world if you solve this.
I don't know about
that. It's pretty much recognized that this would be the case.
Well, there's more information in the mind than in the body. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, our brain can store no less than 2.5 petabytes of data. So, I mean, like, it's individually.
But it's not independent, right? You're assuming that the size of the data speaks to the complexity of the data. It's like you'd need to figure out a basis. You haven't done that because you're assuming it's independent data. Your model is silly.
Okay, so you don't even, okay, I was literally just referring to the recognized, and it's probably more than this actually, but the no less than the capacity to store 2.5 petabytes. Now that's the total amount, that's the total possibility, the recognized possibility of the raw Shannon information. That has nothing to do with the complexity of the information. We're just talking about the total number of bits. That has nothing to do with the semantic value of that information is what gets into the complexity of it. That has nothing to do with the raw capacity. You do realize the differentiations there, right?
Well, I know you want to make a lot of distinctions and metaphors and
you said you worked in data compression, but didn't you say you worked in data compression?
I had to understand what signal encoding was for my old job. It wasn't specifically what I did.
Okay, so let's just put this in a more simple form. Okay, so you have you got a thumb drive, and you've got a bunch of pictures on it, and they take up a gigabyte. You then have all of the schematics for nanorobots that also equals a gigabyte. Which one do you think has more complex information?
What do you think the compression efficiency of natural processes is?
That's not what I asked you. Answer the question. Which one has more complex information? The raw Shannon information is both a gigabyte. Which one has more complex information?
What part of I deny your axioms because they're foolish is unclear.
So are you stating that the information contained inside of nanorobot engineering schematics, are you suggesting that that is less complex information than a bunch of freaking selfies?
I think that's a nonsensical question here.
So
I want to wrap this up soon.
So are you stating there's no difference? That's awesome. So are you stating
this is clearly not going anywhere?
So are you stating that just because there's both a gigabyte of Shannon information, there's no differentiation?
I asked you how efficient of a compressor you think nature is.
It's recognized to be one of the most optimal.
So how does compression work?
Are you talking about from a physical space or the actual lossy versus lossless?
I'm talking about lossy versus lossless, I guess.
Okay.
How does compression work? I mean, how does it work in general? What is the point of compression?
I mean, there's multiple reasons for it. I mean, it could be for space, literally, and physically.
But philosophically, why are files compressed?
Philosophically? I have no idea why, from a philosophical perspective, you do it. I mean,
to take up less space.
I literally said that already. I literally said that would be one of the reasons. I'm not sure how that has anything to do with philosophy.
That's the main reason. Well, the philosophy of compression, the point of compression is to minimize the file size.
Well, okay, I already said that.
So life compresses optimally. So what does compression do?
Okay, so why
what
do you
does compression do?
Okay, why do you think I was talking about the billions of dollars that are being invested in DNA data storage?
Why won't you just answer my question? Why won't you answer my question?
I'm not sure what your question is. What is your question? I've already addressed this like multiple times throughout our conversation.
What does compression do to a file? If I look at an uncompressed file versus a compressed file, what am I going to see? The same file or a completely different file? It's fucking completely different once it gets compressed, right? But some of the information is preserved, right?
Yeah, well, it depends on whether you're doing lossy versus lossless, but go ahead.
Even if you're doing lossless, you've completely changed the form of the substance.
It can be restructured via an encryption key, correct?
No, you're speculating all this stuff. It's like, you wish that was true. You can't just state that ad hoc.
Hang on. Are you suggesting that there's not a decompression key that's necessary to restore the data file that's been compressed? Are you stating there is no key necessary?
Obviously, compression and decompression is a thing. You're the one who's not understanding my point.
Is there a key necessary for that to be restructured? Yes or no?
It really depends what you mean by key. So you're trying to force me into your metaphysics. I'm saying I'm not going to do it. And you
metaphysics? How is that metaphysics? It's a technological concept.
Exactly. Metaphysics, how you understand things. And I'm saying you're vastly overcomplicating it and you're getting no answers. So maybe you're wrong, but you haven't thought of that.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It has not occurred to you that you're wrong.
What does that have to do? I'm not really understanding what that has to do with the overall aspect of our conversation.
Because knowing things has to do with entertaining possibilities and determining whether they seem reasonable. It's never occurred to you that you're wrong.
It occurs to me all the time that I could be wrong. That's why I go to learn. That's why I seek out to learn new stuff on a daily basis.
So when have you been wrong?
When have I been wrong? I mean, my first intuitions about certain aspects of chemistry and physics and everything else, as I've learned over the years. Like I don't claim to know everything now. I fully
You claim to know more than me. You claim to know more than me.
Which is a bit weird. In the specific context, well, actually, I didn't initially, and I don't claim to know more than you about everything. But it's obvious that you don't know jack diddly squat about information and communication.
I know about information. I don't really care about some idiot's hot takes on what information isn't because he wants to postulate a creator God.
I'm not
for his own emotional reasons.
Okay, you haven't been dismissing my positions. You've been dismissing the recognized positions of information and communication theory.
I'm telling you, it's the wrong. If you want to get an understanding,
are you suggesting? So are you suggesting that when I literally read from fundamental papers of the concepts, are you suggesting that what I read, are you claiming that they're the ones that don't know jack shit?
What have they?
Do you formally reject?
What can you point to? What can you point to?
Do you reject the principles put forth by Shannon?
It's true.
Do you dismiss the principles of information theory put forth by Shannon?
I'm saying they only apply to a certain set of problems, not the universe.
Do you formally reject the Shannon-Weaver communication model?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. Do you formally reject Hubert Yockey?
Like I don't want to go through this. Like, what is the point of this line of inquiry? Focus on the ideas.
Do you formally reject functional information in biological systems? Do you formally reject functional information being necessary in biological systems?
I just told you I'm not interested in this.
Okay, so you're
this up because I'm getting tired. I've been streaming
per your own
6 hours now, 7 hours.
So you're claiming that I am acting like an asshole and saying that I know all this stuff when you're formally stating that you don't want to know don't care to know, and have no intention of looking into it.
I might if someone can convince me that it's worth it. You haven't done that, but maybe someone else will. My
I
model already makes the
doubt
I
that.
don't
I
I don't
doubt
think
that. You
they were
formally rejected things that I put directly in
vagaries.
front of you from recognized sources.
Recognized by whom?
Are you stating that Shannon is not recognized as a fundamental foundational principle? Shannon's model is not a fundamental of information theory.
Yeah, and it only applies to certain data systems. I don't know how many times I have to keep. Hello, we are live with Aiken, who wanted to tell us quickly what he thought about what logical, plausible, and probable was saying. So I will screen share that in a minute if you want to take it away, Aiken.
Well, it's just a really quick one. Related, I came in late into the discussion. I can't be too long because I've got a really bad cervical problem at the moment I'm dealing with, but got ice on it. See? The biggest issue is in looking at information. He was talking about encoding of video files and DNA, and things like this, and saying that they can do this in data and all this already and everything. DNA, like most biological systems, is an initial, sort of an initial condition to a dynamic, chaotic, emergent system that ends up by having creating a form that is only associated in highly nonlinear ways with that are almost impossible to match with the original DNA, because it's an emergent system, because we can't. So what happens is we'll get confused. They think that if you do editing at the DNA level, that all of a sudden you can create these amazing chimeras, genetic chimeras that can then breed and do shit like this. It's just not possible. What happens is the top of the line science, what they do is they say they're looking for crop resistance or something like this. They look for genetic characteristics of crops that have statistically better crop resistance. Right? They make modifications. They do genetic mutation. They random mutation. They then select the better crop resistance. It's completely statistical. We do lots of this in New Zealand because we're one of the dominant countries for doing grain, for working out new types of crop of crop seeds, things like this. And I've actually been asked to even do sort of like machine help work on machines to analyze with the end result. I won't go into it, but the thing is that what they're doing is they don't actually know how that change encodes into that resistance. There's no direct mapping, right? So they're only looking at a difference. So what happens is they get it. They go, okay, oh yeah, okay, I can see that mutate. I can see where that mutation is, and I can see where it came, what the end result was. There's no clue how it really makes that change. There's some basic guesses and some sort of assessment, but it's a highly nonlinear process. It's an emergent system. So to say that you're encoding DNA, to say you can take blocks of a DNA molecule and stick a video file in it, and then it makes any sense at all. It's purely ridiculous. It's not something that your own body is going to reproduce. It's going to, whatever edit that happens is going to be killed off in the process. And also, I just came back and I was listening to this lossless versus lossy compression. To me, if you want to look at lossy compression, you're talking about, let's say a good analogy would be a video file, right? Like a video codec, like MPEG or JPEG, where you're actually throwing away information, right? So the data is compressed because they're actually throwing away information because it's not needed. I'll give you a typical example. The human ear uses little wee ears that actually vibrate backwards and forwards depending on compression waves coming into your ear. Okay, there's a thing called psychometric masking, which is a very, very common technique engineers like me use if they're designing in some sort of algorithm to do a lossy compression of data, right? Where what I'll do is I'll make use of the fact that the human ear, when it's carrying a fundamental, makes it extremely deaf to the harmonic, right? So I'll do some kind of let's look, for example, at say Law weighted codecs, which are the IC chips used in almost every telecommunications telephone connection out there, right? That special nonlinear weighting scheme that actually that actually will encode, will throw away information because the human brain can't actually use it. It's quite insensitive to it. And this is what a lot of systems are like. You trade off selectivity, information selectivity, or channel selectivity versus sensitivity or dynamic range or resolution, right? And so if you look at digital coding standards, you'll find in like trellis coders are just giving you keywords to look up and see. And the way that a lot of these codecs actually work in audio communications, they work the same way. And in fact, even to the point where if you're actually listening to it as an engineer and you hear somebody talking at the other end, you pick up the audio signals in speech really well, but you might do it really well for European, but you won't with Chinese. Because Chinese will have a different peak to RMS. The Chinese woman has a peak to RMS of the waveform in her voice of about 20 dB, whereas a European male will have a peak to RMS of about 12. So some coding standards work better for some people than others, right?
Right, because they're calibrated essentially towards different universal background models.
I'm trying to reduce, yes, exactly, because I'm trying to actually make the most optimum use of the bandwidth. In reality, I'm throwing stuff away. In fact, the most highest compression digital coders used in digital radio and things like this. There's a thing that you have to add called comfort noise because you're actually chucking the noise away.
I can actually hear additive noise on your channel right now. It's like every time you talk, it picks up a bit of noise, and that helps distinguish it from the signal, right? Because we're more familiar with noisy signals than clean ones.
I don't think it's clear. I don't think it's reasonable to call it the uncanny valley, but it's kind of like a similar thing. It's too clean. There's something going on. You know,
that's a good way to put it. No, it's I know what you mean. Like it's something more general than uncanny valley, but
yeah.
We don't have a word for it yet.
Lossy coding is I did development of video scalers and a lot of video work for a company called Blackmagic Design, doing broadcast cameras and things like this for many years and signal processing on the cameras. And so there's a lot. It's a really fascinating subject how compression actually works and how and one of the things that really blows my mind is that just the video of my face right now, okay, understand that that the actual image sensor is actually running a red, a green, and a blue filter, right, on a pixelated input and then feeding the red, the blue, and the green, okay, into an algorithm called a demosaic or Debaya, which actually will fill in fill in artificially the reds and the greens and the blues that are missing in the actual matrix. It's highly subsampled. They'll actually fill it in using a variety of different algorithms. But the best algorithm online on the market today, called gradient weighted Debaya, will actually use the amount of red, will use the amount of green, red, and blue to predict the amount of blue missing in one of the squares. Now you work that out. In other words, and I've seen this happen. I've seen that where you turn off the encoder that will actually fill in the gap, right, in the matrix, okay, or in your pixel matrix, okay, will fill in. You turn that off, and you can see your face and everything like looks all right, or see an arm. So see your arm. This blew me away. And then you turn on this gradient weighted Debaya algorithm, as an example, and it's fictitiously making up stuff relating to the spectrum, right?
Okay. We're the ones who made up the colors.
Yeah. But what you'll see, what I saw blew me away because the hairs on my arm popped out of the image.
It's because we think we're really complex, but we're not that. We're like, you got to think of it as receding back causally through a series of observations. What is the actual fundamental thing being observed?
I showed my boss, it blew his mind. You could turn it on, turn it off, and see. Not just see sort of like, oh, that looks like better resolution. I mean, you can't see the hairs on your arm, and then an algorithm which fictitiously makes up the, using weightings of colors that aren't there. Right?
It's just, to me, it's just as amazing.
The hairs popping out, like, my God, all of a sudden I've got like 4 times the resolution.
The Fourier series converges, right? That's that's the reason why this stuff is possible. Like, if your coefficients are good enough, you can reconstruct it off of a very small amount of data.
I'll give you an example. A typical example where you're branching into Fourier. Okay, so or a discrete cosine transform, let's say. That what you get, the same sort of thing, the same sort of frequency, same sort of convolutional transformation. Okay, so okay, consider everybody's used like a picture editing, like when you use a JPEG encoder, you take a picture that's in a bitmap, you turn it to a JPEG encoder, it gets smaller, right? Because there's some compression going on. Okay, I won't go into that kind of compression at this moment in time. But then imagine this. Then you've got MPEG. Okay, so MPEG is I think of MPEG as like moving JPEG. Okay, right? But this video that you guys are watching on my face, right? Your chances are there's only one actual JPEG encoded image that's being sent to you, right?
Because what gets
every
encoded,
half a second.
What gets encoded in the place of a frame is like a partial frame, which tells you what the delta is between the real frame, i.e. the JPEG, and the next frame.
So you have your iframe, which is like, okay, here's my reference frame, which is the JPEG, right? But what all the rest of the frames that are being sent are either a B, I get these numbers wrong, either a B frame or a P frame.
B and B are the other two. It's hilarious because I used to work in this exact field, so I had to describe this all the time.
Good. Everybody wants to. Okay, at the moment. So the thing is that understand that one of those frames, I think BFP, I think it stands for back propagation. One of those, I think that's it. You'll have to check. I've got one of those frames is actually looks at the frame in the future and then fills in frame, video frame from the frame that is going to happen in the future. Okay, so you've actually got two directions that the compression is happening. One is from the initial frame going forward. Another is from the next frame going backwards. Okay, and the problem, you think about the problem with causality and the problems in interpreting MPEG captured video. This is why when I see video of 9/11 or video of anything, I always, if I don't see the raw file these days, I'm highly skeptical, especially when things are fast moving, because it's almost all of the information that you're actually seeing on that screen is artificial. It's actually totally constructed. The motion MPEG will actually predict where fast-moving objects are actually going. It'll break the screen down. If you look at 2665, always get the numbers wrong. For the HVX, you'll see that it'll actually, that's so much better than MPEG, and that breaks the screen down into, I think, 256 blocks, right? And it manages motion along those lines, so that if you zoom up, you'll see a lot of these people trying to push various theories, things like this. Oh, look at this video evidence of this or that, right? You'll actually see, if you look at it, that they've zoomed right in, okay? And after you zoom in, after a certain amount, and you're looking at things that are moving, forget everything. It's purely what the algorithm is making. And these are called artifacts. So I often thought maybe there needs to be a bit of education about this, because I've stood there I've sat there for 3 years when designing this sort of stuff, staring at pictures, trying to find artifacts for things and stuff like this. I'll give you a typical example of an artifact. Artifacts like there's a classic one with the Christchurch shooting where the idiot with the gun is firing away, and you see the bullets flying out of the gun and they disappear, right? And you've got about 100 different fantastic expert online video investigators looking at these bullets and saying, oh, it's all fake, it's all CGI, it's everything like this. And not one of them actually worked out that those bullets, those shell casings leaving the gun are actually less than 1 pixel in size, right? When you look at the coding, that sort of stuff is the kind of thing where it doesn't matter how clever you are unless you actually understand the system, and that's the problem. That's the problem again with looking at DNA and thinking that scientists can do things that they simply can't, and that is looking at the DNA and thinking that the DNA isn't the result, which is the result you're after, not the DNA, right?
Well, let's give them what they want. Let's tell them the DNA is encoded and there's information in DNA, but so what?
So what? There's more information encoded in your brain than there are neurons in your brain by many orders of magnitude, right? So what? Okay.
Exactly. So it's like they want to make these steps. They want to make these jumps of logic, and it's always sidestepping in some way, because it just goes off the edge of reasonability so quickly. Yes. But yeah, I grabbed the video compression picture types, and there's iframes, which is the actual regular compression one. P frames is previous frames reference, and a B frame is by reference. So it's just a question of how much information it's taking from the previous iframe versus the next one.
Well, you see, here's another thing. As soon as you consider previous and current, like to me, I always look at it the other way, right? Okay. you're interpreting it as a causal stream of frames, and there's no absolute start, right? So it's actually interpreting data in the future, right?
Yeah, I guess the compression is.
You've got to think of it that way, right? Think of it as if you've got a point in between, like if your iframes are 2 iframes a second or 1 iframe a second. A lot of coders do 1 iframe a second, especially if you're on say a cell phone modem style thing, right? Then you've got very limited bandwidth, or the bandwidth is varying quite high variance bandwidth.
Most stuff is not 1 iframe a second. I saw one that had like 156 B frames.
Well, it's purely, if it amazes me that it looks like the real thing. It constantly amazes me. I am blown away. If it was something that was going to convince me of some kind of divine plan, it would be how crazy things actually seem to come together like that. But anyway, I've got a headache. I can't really talk for long.
Yeah, no problem. You can head off if you want, but thanks for coming back and sharing your thoughts. I've missed talking about this stuff. I hope your head feels better soon.
Always go back to when there's a preacher hiding in the laurel bushes, ready to jump out and talk about information and everything like this. Then the thing to remember is that almost every system in nature, from orbits of planets to everything else, even with the appearance of stability, right? They're still chaotic systems. They still operate under the principles of chaotic systems. Usually, and if there's more than 3 bodies interacting, then it's almost not even analyze. It's the look up the 3-body problem without my migraine being exacerbated. But just look up the 3-body problem to see if even the simplest interaction of a system is almost impossible to work out. Yeah,
I hope you'll have a chance to check out my appearance on JF's show on Odyssey. It's not on YouTube, but it's on Odyssey, and I actually do a demonstration of how to get the double helix shape. But I won't keep you because I don't want to be, the person in the doorway that won't.
One day I will debate you on belief.
Oh.
And the need for belief.
But you were just talking about how evidence for God is coming from how efficient this compression mechanism is.
No. There might be some confirmation bias going on. I'm just saying that I would love to do that. I think there's a kind of a spirituality where you don't actually have to believe anything. But
yeah, well, you always have to believe something, but you can believe the good thing. Yeah, cool. I'll talk to you later, and
as soon as
maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
As soon as you call it belief, it becomes a problem. I'll see you later.
Cool. Yeah, maybe we'll see you tomorrow. So for those of you tuning in, we got the regular Week in Review coming up tomorrow evening. Should be a good one. A lot of stuff going on. A lot of exciting debates happening. And
sounds good, but it's day off, so it's hard to be stored in the pub. Okay. See you later.
Bye-bye. And it looks like we still have John Vance on the call.
Hello.
Hey, John Vance.
So logical, probable, causal. If he's still watching, he's invited. I'm doing a show tomorrow. It won't be like a free speech platform, but I will be. I'll just be discussing some laws and some science and all that stuff. Yeah, it was a very interesting stream. I have seen like a couple of his videos where he talks about like the inability of them to isolate a bacterium, and I always find that interesting because they always talk about isolating a bacterium, but according to their theory, that you can't actually isolate a bacterium. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Well, it's like, what does it mean to meaningfully isolate something? Okay. So if I say, if I cut you in two,
Okay.
and then I deliver you to your mom and say, look, I doubled the number of John Vances that you have, you think she'd be happy?
Well, I'd
You kind of understand.
quadruplegic.
You understand what I mean. It's sort of a what do you call it? A comically over exaggerated thing, but
Okay.
it's meant as a metaphor to sort of get to the question of what it really means to isolate something.
Mm-hmm.
Can they get just a cell that's not ensconced in some other biological medium? And
Mm-hmm.
how long can they keep that going? Can that be sort of taken out of its environment, put it somewhere else, and then still self-replicate, stuff like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very interesting. And you said that you were mentioning chunking, that Claire, because you saw my last stream with Claire, and you mentioned that she wasn't able to understand chunking. Um, do you have like a definite definition of chunking?
Well, it
I
was
kind of know what it
flowing.
is, but
It
like
was
I just want to
flowing.
see.
Flowing
Oh,
was
what?
flowing was what we were referring to.
Okay,
We weren't
flowing.
talking about chunking last time that Claire was on Duvas. You mean when he was sort of yelling at her that time? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. Oh, did you see my my show with Claire? The one I did, I think, last week? Or
Yeah, and
no?
I floated out. Well, about 2 minutes of it.
Oh, okay. You floated out. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I just like, I would have kept her on if she would have accepted the consequences of saying Christianity's kaput, which would mean send Christians to re-education camps, and I think it's a fair reference, and she wouldn't admit to that. So I don't think I'll talk to Claire anytime soon. But Besides that, uh, I try to learn some things here or there, but to tell you the honest truth, it's almost like a different language a little bit sometimes. But
Although we're
yeah.
essentially discussing. Can you put on some headphones because I'm hearing a bunch of background noise.
Oh,
We're discussing whether the universe is created or not, basically. It's called the prime mover. I don't know, quandary or whatever, but this
okay.
question's sort of been floating around for a while.
Okay.
But it all sort of comes back down to prime mover.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you mentioned the double slit experiment. So basically, that is like everything derives from. If I understand that correctly, it's derived from every molecule derives from a wave-like form. Is that correct?
Not quite. What the double slit experiment tells us is that if you have an electron that goes through a sufficiently fine slit, you won't be able to tell where it's going to end up on the screen beyond the slit in advance of measurement. Whereas if you had no slit, you would already know in advance of measurement where the electron was going to go, because it'll just take the shortest distance between the emitter and the screen if there's no slit. But if there's a slit, you have no way of knowing because it can go to more than one place. And they call that diffraction. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. What is the implication of diffraction?
Well, that's what's happened that nobody can disagree with. Okay, that's just the fact of the experiment, right?
Okay.
Now we go to another level, which is the interpretation level. Okay, so on that level, which is human imposed logic, not experimentally derived facts, and those are different things, but they infer that to mean that the electron is a waveform that has multiple possible states, and that the slit reduces the electron to one of those multiple possible states. And then that means that it exists in a combination of multiple possible states, which is where you get your probabilistic distribution idea from. Those are things we've added to it to make it easier to deal with mathematically, but that's not what you can necessarily derive directly from the experiment without making a bunch of structural presumption. That's where we get ourselves in trouble.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I'm not going to pretend that I'm going to delve into this like conversation with you, but yeah, I'll definitely mull that over a little bit. And yeah, if logical probable, if he's available tomorrow, I think I'm going to have like a stream around 7:30. But yeah, I think I'll head out.
Well, thanks for coming on and asking your questions.
Nope.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll wrap up this show here. Repeating that it doesn't apply to the universe at large. You can't generalize it the way you want to. I'm explaining to you why you can't, and you just keep coming back with the exact same talking points.
Okay, so per your own admission, you don't even understand most of this stuff, but you're claiming it doesn't apply to the universe.
Yeah, because I know how the universe works.
But you don't understand the fundamental of the universe, but you know how the universe works.
You're implying that your thing is the fundamental of the universe, and I'm saying you haven't established that.
So are you stating that the universe...
keep wanting to pull it back to...
Are you stating that things beyond biology
are not... defensive?
Are you stating that the... it is not a recognized component of theoretical physics in relation to the information of the universe itself?
I think we disagree on our definition of information.
Are you stating that there is nothing called like quantum information theory? Are you saying that that does not exist?
There's definitely information in quantum systems.
Okay, and are you stating that there are not well-respected theoretical physicists who are going around talking about how like the entire universe is encoded information?
It's wonderful. And what results have they gotten from that?
That's not my point. The point is that you're stating you understand how the universe works while claiming that information and information theory and the principles of it have no bearing on your understanding of the universe. Did you not just state that like a minute and a half ago?
Yeah, I mostly just did it with physics. Why would I need to go into other stuff if physics explains it all?
So physics, that's the whole point, is that physics doesn't explain it all? Like if you're going to get into... Okay, so you're saying that if the universe is actually encoded information, are you stating that information theory has no relevance to a universe that is literally made of encoded information?
Well, there's an information basis to the universe, but encoded is a loaded term.
Okay.
Why does it have to be encoded, right? Because computers encode things and...
Oh my God, no. How many times have we gone over this, that it does not have to be a computer encoded, like isn't a computer, in order for something to be encoded?
Yeah, coder decoder systems are basic signal transfer systems. They're mechanical machines, just like computers. They're all mechanical machines.
Are you stating that the universe is a quantum computer?
That is what it is, yeah.
Okay, so if it's a quantum computer, is it not going to be operating under a Turing complete model?
Can you speak English?
Turing complete is English.
As in, like, I don't really think my audience knows what that is. And what I know about Turing is that there's the Turing test, which is whether something passes for...
That's for sentience. So Turing, there's the Turing machine, which can process any code.
And so a hypothetical computer, is that it? A hypothetical? I don't really like hypotheticals very much. So if you could bring it down to real, that would be awesome.
Okay, so a Turing complete code can be translated into any other code if you understand the alphabet and the syntax. So this is why I was making the point about the genetic code is a code because it is recognized as being Turing complete. Not all of our programming languages are Turing complete, but the genetic code is Turing complete. And then a Turing machine is the machine which is, you can have a virtual Turing machine, can process any of the codes. So if the universe is a quantum computer, it would be a Turing complete machine.
I wouldn't say that it's a machine.
Well, if it's a quantum computer, didn't you just state that it would if it's processing information, it has to be a machine?
So transistor-based computers are mechanical machines, right?
Are you saying there's no mechanical components to maintaining this close to absolute zero as possible to enable a quantum computer to function?
Well, having mechanical components and functioning on a mechanical basis aren't the same thing. The sum of the parts is not the whole.
Well, true. That doesn't mean that it's not mechanical.
Well, because we can build mechanical machines doesn't mean the universe analogizes to a mechanical machine. It's a quantum computer. It performs computations, and they're called waveform reductions. And everything is a waveform reduction, and what dictates the waveform reductions is the measurement limit, as well as what is in the surrounding environment.
And if there's anything that was external to that, you couldn't solve that problem?
It's not possible to have anything external to that.
So you claim.
It's self-contained.
Nothing external?
Well, what's an observer, right? Because quantum computers undergo waveform reduction. Is that observation?
Is there an observer? Which axiom am I not committing to?
Whether an observer requires subjectivity. We've been around the block already on this line of reasoning.
Actually, as I stated from the very beginning of this, I am saying that in order for all of this to exist, you must have a objective observer that's external.
Says you.
Says me, yeah, based on the observations of what's happening
in the universe. They're not external to it.
You can extrapolate it out that would ultimately be necessary
for the
universal wave function to collapse. You act like
you can extrapolate it, but you don't know that.
Do you actually think I'm the only person who thinks that there would ultimately require an external agent for the universal wave function to collapse, to cascade into all this other stuff? Do you think I'm the only person that thinks that?
A lot of people think it.
Okay, so if a lot of people think this, then why is it
generally right about their beliefs or wrong about their beliefs?
Well, hang on. While there's a lot of people that agree with me on this, it's the minority, not the majority. The majority actually fall in your camp and say there is no external necessity. You're actually in the consensus on that function, on that particular part of the argument. I'm the outlier.
I don't think most people accept that consciousness is a photonic waveform. I don't think most people accept that.
I'm talking about the collapse. I'm talking about the collapse.
The collapse is something that is a natural process of the waveform.
That is your assertion.
It's what the evidence supports.
The evidence supports that there's measurement that causes the collapse.
No, they're equivalent. That's an axiom of the Copenhagen interpretation.
And that's the whole point. Is that's one side of the argument, and then what was the other side?
There's only one side. That's the consensus. Is the Copenhagen interpretation that observation and waveform reduction are the same thing.
Which is why I literally just said that you're in the consensus, not the outlier.
But anybody who believes
I'm in the outlier.
Anybody who believes in a personal God. Anybody who believes in a personal God is in your camp.
No, there's plenty of people who observe this on the micro level.
The majority of people
who are on the
believe what you believe
are not espousing an agent. Okay, there are plenty of people who are writing papers and getting published and writing articles about the topic, they're not arguing for God. They're arguing for this is what we're observing. No, they're not. No, not even arguing for an intelligent agent. They're talking about what's happening in terms of their experiments on the level below them as the observer. You do know this, right?
I have no clue what you're talking about right now.
Just action. The actions of the conscious agent are what is the ultimate cause of the collapse of the wave function.
Oh, I can't speak to what they're saying, but this is going to be now the third time that I said it's time to wrap the show up. Like, it's sort of like, I know you're excited. I'm glad you're excited to have this conversation. I really think you should try to understand my arguments and understand that the only way you're ever going to change my mind is by disproving them with a superior model. And all you've done is attack my model with theories that I consider dubious in their application, though I admit that there are certain applications that they work for. They cannot be inferred to mean what you are saying by a long shot. So, yeah, do you have any final words? And I guess we'll be saying goodnight for now. And
yeah, last thing I have for you, last thing I'll say is a question. Is it your position, formally, of your model, that the information necessary is encoded in light, or can be transmitted via this, and it had no necessity of a preceding agent to encode it?
Yeah, all you need is light, and that is something the universe gives us in abundance.
And the universe contains the information.
It really depends what you mean by information. Because there's a fundamental level of information, and then there's a higher level of information, and then you can have signals that start to pass. And now the way you're defining information is in relation to a signal, not in relation to the actual data that informs the form of the system, which is what I'm calling information. So I think that's part of the reason there's been somewhat of a talking past each other. Though I do think your rhetorical strategy is terrible. You should just focus on making arguments, not focus on making ad homs. You know, most of what you were saying.
Okay, so my
was
last
trying to downplay
your
what
last
I was
words,
saying. Right?
So your last words that I'm making ad homs, when per your own admission, you didn't understand what the fuck I was talking about half the time, and you haven't looked at, and per your own admission, you haven't looked into it, you haven't researched it, you don't recognize the necessities of your model having to account for a variety of things that you don't even think you have to look into. Is that your position?
I can explain how signals transfer and what the basic information is in the universe. I have no need for additional stuff that confuses people. I'm trying to clarify things for people, not make them more confused.
Clarifying things if you haven't accounted for shit doesn't do anything. Like, what's the adapter model? Like, how is the information transferred that you're talking about? Like, how is this happening? You keep making these assertions, but you haven't answered the question. Like, how is the information actually gets transferred? My mind's blown about this. You're putting forth this model with like a great level of assertion and confidence, but you don't have a mechanism by which the information is transferred.
I can tell you how signals are transferred. Information is a different matter, though.
Right. You have to have what?
Because it depends on the definition. It depends on the definition. I'm saying I don't agree with your definition.
Don't have to have a computer. And I literally gave
that's an extrapolation. That's an extrapolation that you want to make. You haven't proven.
How is literal examples that did not include a computer? How is that not a direct counter to your assertion that you have to have a computer?
It still doesn't prove that it applies to the whole universe. Which
it literally contradicts your entire assertion that I'm only talking about computers.
You're talking about a subset.
I'm talking about something that's completely
separate.
I
think you have some serious issues because you're being very selfish right now. Because
are you suggesting that
I have to say?
Are you suggesting that a telegraph?
I want to wrap this up.
Are you suggesting that a telegraph?
Social disability where you can't gauge someone else's obvious discomfort with your behavior?
Honestly, I'm just fascinated at your level of arrogance. It's really astounding.
I am also fascinated by your level of arrogance. I encounter it often.
So, out of curiosity, how much did you drink during this conversation?
0.
Really? Man, it seems like you've gotten really intoxicated in this course of this conversation. I guess be fatigued.
Oh, yeah. Nice ad hom. Nice slipping in a little jibe. Just needle me on the way.
You've been talking shit this whole night. You've been talking shit in the last words. I was going to let it go, and then you started accusing me of ad homs. You started accusing me of ad homs. So is a telegraph a computer?
telling you that you did ad homs is not an insult. It's just a statement of fact. So might I suggest
is a telegraph a computer?
Stop with the leading questions. Stop with the false dichotomy.
Is a telegraph a computer? Yes or no?
Try listening and learning how to ask intelligent questions.
Is a telegraph a computer? Yes or no?
Rather than leading questions, right?
How?
So, goodbye. It's like communication isn't something you could just take for granted, is it? Because obviously some people don't have the intention to actually communicate, right? So we have to meta-analyze the conversation sometimes to try to discern what someone's intention was, but you could eventually kind of see it. Yeah, so people apparently like it. It's like, that to me was super boring because I've had this conversation a million times. And it's like, oh, did you ever think of that? It's like, what does your theory prove? Oh, I don't know, but there's all this money being spent on it. It's like, call me when it actually gives a prediction that can be verified. And stop with everything was a straw man, right? Everything. Yeah, so why don't I understand everything about how people who know nothing and are obsessed with weird shit like transhumanism, how come I haven't taken time to study that? Maybe that's a reflection on the discipline a little bit more than it's a reflection on me. So you're saying, that's the most important thing I should know? But you don't know physics, so it's like, okay. Might not take your opinion into consideration. So yeah, it's he's in the chat now and he's mad, but it's like, you're communicating with me as though I was a fucking dog. You were condescending, dismissive, insulting, using constant appeals to authority. And what that tells me is that your position is weak. You can't defend the logic of it. You want to invoke what somebody else said that made you feel good. And so you decided it was right. And now someone disagrees with you, and rather than trying to understand their perspective, you want to attack it with stuff that's like, I'm not under any obligation to accept your theoretical framework for understanding things. So maybe think about that next time. You have an opportunity to learn something. Did you learn anything? I doubt it, because you were too busy trying to prove me wrong. You can't do that until you actually understand what I was saying. Yeah, so I think I was respectful and he was rude, and I'm sure he thinks he was respectful and I was rude. So what do you guys think? You can say that you're interested in learning new things, but I find that the people that say that they fucking love science are just virtue signaling because they want the prestige associated with science knowledge, but they're actually very much against thinking about anything in any great detail. They just want to repeat the things they've already memorized. And that's not really my bag, baby. I'm more into the deep discussions and technical things because you have to be comfortable with beliefs before you embrace them, and you have to explore them before you can get comfortable with them. Oh, thanks, Eric. I appreciate that. And Harpocrates, too. And it's not fuck science, but science is a method. And if you're not willing to do the method, then you're not really a scientist. You're just a person who likes to attach a veil of authority to a pile of bullshit because reasons. So there's a big difference, but people can say anything they want. But what do they actually do? That's the thing that's important. Same with a theory. A theory can say anything it wants, but what does it actually predict? And so the burden of proof is on you. You bring me some predictions and I'll check it out. And if it checks out, cool. But right now you're trying to make a logical chain of deductions and that I'm not going to agree with because I don't agree with how you frame the question, right? So axioms, super important. You have to embrace the same axioms. And I never embraced the information theory axioms because they cannot be embraced in order to apply universally. If you want to universalize something, you have to make sure that your definition is consistent with reality. And you can't always separate the coder, the encoder, and the syntax. Like, that's just not how the universe works, because it's going to take the least energy path, which means it's going to have maximum signal compression. So it's a bit hard because the body is a reflection of the mind, and the signal is going through that basically at all times, because the fundamental signal is the light. And there's so much impedance in the body because of the electromagnetic field that it's actually slowed down to the rate of your heartbeat. So it starts out super fast and eventually slows all the way down to a heartbeat. So why is there a heartbeat? Like, what's the answer to that? Well, it's because light has the inner expansion. It wants to expand. It has an impulse to expand. And so it's always expanding from the center, but the body restricts it to a specific geometry. So it's expanding, but it reaches a certain point where it can't expand anymore because it gets pulled back in. So it sort of expands into itself. And that's the basis for entanglement. What is the lowest, simplest way that you could express what's in the signal and still maintain the entire signal fidelity and have a type of lossless compression? Right. So again, it's like more criticism. It's like you're still not learning the lesson here, right? You're not learning the lesson. You're still thinking you can defeat me on a logical basis. And that's like, it's a sad lesson to have to learn this way, but you know, you do you. Right. So, you know, some people don't seem to be able to understand what I'm saying and want to insult it in the chat. And that makes me sad because it's pretty awesome stuff. So, with that said, I'll say goodbye for now. And hopefully, people will be able to tune in on Sunday at 7 for the Week in Review, our usual show with Duvid. So that's a little bit different because it's about reviewing stuff you've done during the week and meta-analysis. And it's a bit more for development of streaming personalities, but it's always nice to have new people tune in. And yeah, I'm always willing to host shows like this to talk to people, but it's got to be in good faith, right? Like, it's asking a lot for me to answer your questions and your own axioms. Like, I'm not really under any obligation to accept your axioms of framing questions. So there is a bit of a, you know, you have to kind of convince me that your axioms are worthwhile. And if it produces the behavior like what I saw on the stream tonight, like honestly, I could do without it because I don't really like that type of behavior. It's like a grandstanding, blowhard, sanctimonious preacher almost. So that's sort of the opposite of my vibe. I'm just like more in the chilled vibe. Because I know that this stuff does cause cognitive dissonance because I actually do understand the physical mechanism of it. So it's like, I know there's going to be stuff that comes up that's hard for people to deal with. Because the process of getting to know yourself is very difficult. So there's always aspects that are less than flattering. We wish were maybe a little more polished, but you know, if you understand the difficulty of understanding this stuff, sort of makes you less blowhardy and arrogant and condescending, like the guest was today, right? Like, he literally thought he could prove me wrong. How arrogant would you have to be to think that, right? After everything we see. So it's like, people want to make the accusation that I'm arrogant. Well, look in the mirror, because you know what people say about me is usually really just a reflection of who they really are. Again, all this stuff predicted through the quantum mind model, not rival models. Not super interested in being told what I can't know or what I don't know. More interested in knowing things with certainty that is possible. And yeah, thanks thanks everyone. It's okay. You know, it's fine. I've known enough people like you. You're archetypal at this point.
That's just a.
Okay.
I mean, so to say, a
with that,
worthless
we'll say
opinion of.
and,
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck goddamn logic?
they control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating